your position history. It'll show all the ones that you won and lost on. You know what I mean? You can just find your win rate that way. Go through all the
Oh,
positions, and then if
maybe
it's
it
a
just gives
negative,
it to you. Like,
if it's negative ROI, it's a loser. If it's a positive ROI, it's a winner. You find your win rate that way. Pretty much that easy.
I'm about to chuck this PC out the window. Welcome back, yo.
So and decision candles going on, right? Up, down, in a 1% range.
Lucy, they keep missing our arguments about risk reward risk management.
Who? Really?
Did it get knocked? I think YouTube. Did it get knocked off YouTube again? Dbloc?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, so Dbloc or YouTube keeps missing all of our arguments about risk management, Zusi.
You're good, Joe. Don't worry about it.
It's paramount, right. Honestly. Surviving the markets through risk management. Also, exposure, man, that's something I realized. There's a difference between risk management. Like, yeah, I'm risking only 0.5%. Yeah. But what's your exposure? And when you look at the number, you're like, oh, damn, I'm exposed 80%. Something is wrong. It shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, if you reduce your exposure, then that is sort of a form. You're mitigating risk. Like if you reduce your exposure, you're mitigating risk. So it is technically a form of risk management.
Like my exposure to alts was too small, but my exposure overall in crypto was too high.
All right, come on, pal. Enough is enough.
That's more of a diversification issue.
I don't know. I watched some tutorials. They say like 20% exposure. That seems a bit too low, though. But
I've heard no more than 10% in any
single asset
sector.
class. Yeah. I'm thinking exposure only in crypto. So crypto should be only 5% of what you own in total anyway, or even less than that.
That percentage is going to be different for each person depending on their risk tolerance.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, but I guess
I've heard that
above 10% would be a bit too much.
So you can break crypto down into sectors as well. Like there's AI, DeepIn, RWA, there's gaming, there's different sectors of crypto too. But I've heard that the general rule of thumb is no more than 10% in each sector and no more than 5% in each individual asset. So you can have you could have 5 assets in one sector, but if one of them is taking up 5%, it's already taking up half of what you've determined you're going to allocate to that entire sector.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Overall, if you take 0.5% risk per trade, but you end up in 10 trades, your exposure is actually pretty high. It's not low enough. Yeah. And that's what tends to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're overexposed, you're technically practicing bad risk management if you're overexposed. But I mean, I don't go by that whole rule, the whole 10% and 10 and 5% thing. Like, I don't really do that. I just buy what I like, and I still diversify, so I don't ever put like my whole account into one thing, and I don't put too much in each thing, but I don't keep it as strict as that. Like I don't have if there's something that I really like and it goes down a lot, yeah, I'm gonna put more money into it.
When you
have high conviction.
You can be above 100% exposure because when you buy stuff that you actually then leverage to get more stuff, you can end up being above 100% exposure. It's crazy stuff.
Like, are you talking about using margin to overposition?
I'm thinking like when you trade with coin margin, then your actual exposure can be pretty big, right? Because I think it can be really big.
I don't know.
Like Michael Saylor, for example, is probably hugely exposed.
Yeah, he's probably overexposed because he uses debt to buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, and it's above 100% his exposure ratio, right? Because So
He's bought more Bitcoin than he can actually afford, technically, but it works. The TA is bullshit, but it fits his plan. So
people have fun listening to our beloved Powell.
Yeah, this should be interesting. You might not want to walk away for this one.
are you gonna stream it?
Yeah, as soon as he pops on.
Use the Federal Reserve one for the YouTube channel from Federal Reserve, because that's the one that's like up to date. Like it doesn't have like a 5 or 10 second lag.
The one I always use.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw you using a different one before and it was lagging, but
Not for
We're,
FOMC.
we're nerds because there's only 20,000 people waiting for that stream. It's not like anything huge, right?
Good. Have fun staying poor.
Yeah, you mean everybody should.
You hear when it's the wrong time to buy.
That's the hashtag right now on Twitter. The bear
man.
market is over hashtag got replaced by the have fun staying poor hashtag. Hilarious.
Damn.
Cutthroat on Twitter, bro. You show no weakness or get pounced upon.
Dude, I just don't even I'm just gonna not follow Twitter at all anymore. I mean, there's people that I really trust that are like really like intellectual and they have insightful things to say, but they're not like calling what's gonna happen with the price.
My advice for everybody is just start a brand new Twitter and literally only follow people that you're looking for alpha on, and just fight the urge to follow or look at anything else. And that way, when your Twitter goes off, when your crypto Twitter goes off, it's something worth looking at, right? Because if you just start adding and adding, then it's like, bro, everything gets buried, right? And if you're using your personal Twitter, forget about it. You're gonna get distracted by all types of shit. When I'm on Twitter to do research, I'm on my crypto. I only have one Twitter, my crypto Twitter, and everything on there is just thought leaders I follow, macro TA guys I follow, senators and congressmen and shit like that, people who are working with Bitcoin.
Yeah, mine always tries to. I like follow and like get notifications for all the people that I want to like if there's some sort of crazy update with Bitcoin or crypto, and then it always tries to distract me with naked women.
Yeah.
You scroll through your feed and it's like, yo, what the hell?
Yeah, Twitter can be wild,
so
but we are all responsible for our own algorithms. So you start seeing shit on your Twitter you don't want to be seeing. You need to have a real like talk with yourself. Like, what am I doing to teach this algo that this is what I want to see?
Yeah, is there a way to? Because I know there's a way on some of them where you can. I'm not like a wizard when it comes to social media, but I know there's a way on some of them. Like I think it was TikTok. Like you can thumbs down something and it doesn't show stuff that's similar to that on your feed.
Yeah, there's something on there where you could say block similar posts or shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But for me, it's better to just start over than to start trying to filter out an algo that's already gone bad.
Yeah, I screwed something up. I might have to just start a whole new one. But it took me so long to get it back. I had to like message Twitter support. And
all right, Powell's on, guys. How bad? I mean,
you said 2%. 2% go, not 0.
Why can't I hear that? Hold on a second. Something's up here.
Slow the play. He said slow the pace.
Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Following the rapid growth
seen over the second half of
2024. Surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.7% this year, somewhat lower than projected in December, and to rise a bit below 2% over the next 2 years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 200,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1%.
Those numbers will get worse during the next one.
Range for the past year. The jobs to workers gap has held steady for several months. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next 2 years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Some near-term measures of inflation expectations have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.7% this year and 2.2% next year, a little higher than projected in December. In 2027, the median projection is at our 2% objective.
Okay. That's
Our
good.
monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their effects on the economic outlook is high. As we parse the incoming information, we're focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. As we say in our statement, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity.
That's not good.
In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. An admittedly challenging exercise at this time in light of considerable uncertainty. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or a decision. Policy is not on a preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly.
Okay.
Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. At today's meeting, we also decided to slow the pace of decline in our balance sheet.
Let's go.
Since we began balance sheet runoff, our securities holdings have declined more than $2 trillion. While market indicators continue to suggest that the quantity of reserves remains abundant, we have seen some signs of increased tightness in money markets. Beginning in April, the monthly cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from $25 billion to $5 billion. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in the longer run, we are leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged. This action has no implications for our intended stance of monetary policy and should not affect the size of our balance sheet over the medium term. The committee also continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. At this meeting, we focused on labor market dynamics and our maximum employment goal. As we have indicated, our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. Throughout this process, we will be open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thanks for your time. So 2 things on sort of the real side here, inflation and then GDP. How much of the higher inflation forecast for this year is due to tariffs? And since the policy path remains the same, are you effectively reading this as a one-time price level shock?
Okay, so how much of it is tariff? So let me say that it is going to be very difficult to have a precise assessment of how much of inflation is coming from tariffs and from other, and that's already the case. You may have seen that goods inflation moved up pretty significantly in the first 2 months of the year. Trying to track that back to actual tariff increases, given what was tariffed and what was not, very, very challenging. So some of it, the answer is clearly some of it. A good part of it is coming from tariffs, but we'll be working, and so will other forecasters, to try to find the best possible way to separate non-tariff inflation from tariff inflation. In terms of your sort of looking through question, too soon to say about that. As I've mentioned, it can be the case that it's appropriate sometimes to look through inflation if it's going to go away quickly without action by us, if it's transitory, and that can be the case in the case of tariff inflation. I think that would depend on the tariff inflation moving through fairly quickly, and would depend critically as well on inflation expectations being well anchored, longer-term inflation expectations being well anchored.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the out years here, and the fact that the policy path doesn't change at all, and inflation is unchanged in the out years also. Doesn't that imply you all have basically decided that there is no signal here, and that it's just we're back to transitory again?
So I think that's kind of the base case, but as I said, we really can't know that. We're going to have to see how things actually work out. And the fact that there wasn't much change, I think that's partly because you see weaker growth but higher inflation. They kind of offset, and also, frankly, a little bit of inertia when it comes to changing something in this highly uncertain environment. I think there is a level of inertia where you just say, maybe I'll stay where I am.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. You just described inflation expectations as well anchored, but has your confidence in that assessment changed at all, given the increase in certain measures and the high degree of uncertainty expressed by businesses, households, and forecasters?
So on inflation expectations, of course, we do monitor inflation expectations very, very carefully, basically every source we can find, and short-term, long-term, households, businesses, forecasters, market-based. And I think the picture broadly is this. You do see increases widely in short-term inflation expectations, and people who fill out surveys and answer questionnaires are pointing to tariffs about that. If you look in the survey world, if you look a little further out, you really don't see much in the way of an increase. Longer-term inflation expectations are mostly well anchored. If you look at the New York, for example, then you have market-based, and it's the same pattern. People in markets are pricing in break-evens some higher inflation over the next year, must be related to tariffs. we know from the surveys. But if you look out 5 years or the 5-year forward, you'll see that break-evens are either flat or actually slightly down in the case of the longer-term one. So we look at that, and we will be watching all of it very, very carefully. We do not take anything for granted. It's at the very heart of our framework.
Guys, that was not the QD we were looking for.
That's what
I
you
need
see
you
right
guys
now.
to relax in the
And
chat.
how much weight do you put on the deterioration in consumer confidence surveys? You said recently that this is perhaps not the best indication of future spending, but I'm curious, what you think is behind this deterioration and to what extent it could be a leading indicator for hard data.
So let's start with the hard data. We do see pretty solid hard data still. So growth looks like it's maybe moderating a bit, consumer spending moderating a bit, but still at a solid pace. Unemployment's 4.1%. Job creation most recently has been at a healthy level. Inflation has started to move up now, we think partly in response to tariffs, and there may be a delay in further progress.
Partly
over the course
in
of this
response
year.
to tariffs,
So
bro?
that's
Really?
the hard
Partly?
data. Overall, it's a solid picture. The survey data, both household and businesses, show significant rise in uncertainty and significant concerns about downside risks. So how do we think about that? And that is the question. As I mentioned the other day, as you pointed out, the relationship between survey data and actual economic activity hasn't been very tight. There have been plenty of times where people are saying very downbeat things about the economy and then going out and buying a new car. But we don't know that will be the case here. We will be watching very carefully for signs of weakness in the real data. Of course we will. But given where we are, we think our policy's in a good place to react to what comes, and we think that the right thing to do is to wait here for greater clarity about
Looking for
about
signs
what
of
the
weakness in
economy's
the
doing.
real data. Remember that sentence.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, Chair Greenspan once defined price stability as an environment in which inflation is so low and stable over time that it doesn't materially enter
Nick the snitch.
into the decisions of households.
That's
and
the guy on
firms.
Twitter that always leaks
Can you say
shit.
that today that we have that price stability, that households and businesses are ignoring price growth? When you see buy in advance psychology, big changes in inventories, and surveys that show consumers, at least in the short run, expect higher inflation.
So I do like that definition a lot. In fact, I used it at the recent conference.
Of
where I
course
spoke.
you did, because you gave him
I
the
think
question.
a world where people can make their daily economic decisions in businesses and they're not having to think about the possibility of significantly high inflation. We know inflation will bounce around. That is price stability. I think we were getting closer and closer to that. I wouldn't say we were at that. Inflation was running around 2.5% for some time. I do think with the arrival of the tariff inflation, further progress may be delayed. The SEP doesn't really show further downward progress on inflation this year, and that's really due to the tariffs coming in. So delayed, but if you look at our forecasts, we do see ourselves getting back into the low twos in 26 and then down to 2 by 27, of course, highly uncertain. So I see progress having been made toward that, and then progress in the future. I think that progress is probably delayed for the time being.
If that's the case, why are there cuts in the SEP for 2025?
So again, people wrote down 2 cuts the last time, and they look at they wrote down meaningful decline in growth from 2.1 to 1.7 in 2025, a tick up in the unemployment rate, so not much there, but core inflation up by 0.3. And so those two kind of balance each other out. So people, not everybody, but on balance, people wrote down similar numbers. The changes aren't that big. The other factor, though, as I mentioned, is just really high uncertainty. What would you write down? I mean, it's really hard to know how this is going to work out. And again, we think our policy is in a good place. We think it's a good place where we can move in the direction where we need to. But in the meantime, it's really appropriate to wait for further clarity. And of course, the costs of doing that, given that the economy is still solid, are very low.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So with near 4% unemployment rate, that should be low enough to bring people in from the sidelines in terms of hiring. But we're seeing the hiring rates have been stuck at 2023, 2024 levels. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so that's a feature of, has been for some time a feature of this labor market. You have pretty high participation accounting for aging. You've got wages that are consistent with 2% inflation, assuming that we're going to keep getting relatively high productivity. We've got unemployment, pretty close to its natural level. But the hiring rate is quite low, but so is the layoff rate. So you look at initial claims or layoffs, so you're not seeing people losing their jobs, but you're seeing that people who don't have a job having to wait longer and longer. And the question is, which way does that break? If we were to see a meaningful increase in layoffs, then that would probably translate fairly quickly into unemployment, because people are, it's not a big hiring market. We've been watching that, and it's just not in the data. It hasn't happened. What we've had is a low firing, low hiring situation, and it seems to be in balance now for the last 6, 7, 8 months. That's where we are. There's healthy levels of job creation too. So overall, it's a labor market that's in balance, and we watch it very carefully.
So then, have we seen the new administration's policies in the economic numbers yet? And when do you anticipate that happening?
In labor or in other?
In labor and inflation, just across the economy, have we started to see the new policies take effect in the numbers?
Only in a kind of an early way. I mean, it's only been a few months, right? For example, the layoffs that are happening here are, they're certainly meaningful to the people involved, and they may be meaningful to a particular neighborhood or region or area, but at the national level, they're not significant yet. But we don't know. We don't know how far that will go. We'll find out much more. I mentioned that you saw we've had two very strong goods inflation readings in the last 2 months, which is very unexpected. I think hard to trace it to specific tariffs, but it must have something to do with, it's either noise and it'll come back, and that's very possible too. But if it is persistent, then it must be to do with people buying ahead of tariffs or raising prices ahead of tariffs and things like that. Those kinds of things happen, and they're very, very hard to capture because so much of it is indirect. A great example is their washing machines were tariffed in the last round of tariffs, and prices went up. But prices also went up on dryers, which were not tariffed. So the manufacturers they just kind of followed the crowd and raised it. So things happen very indirectly. And so there'll be a lot of work done in coming months to try to trace all that through. But ultimately, though, it's too soon to be seeing significant effects in economic data.
Craig.
Craig Torres from Bloomberg News. Thanks, Chair Powell. You said transitory price increases from tariffs are the base case. Transitory is the base case. Wasn't it the base case last time?
Oh, boy.
And didn't the FOMC forecast lower inflation ahead last time? And wasn't the lesson that it quickly got into services, haircuts, daycare, everything else? And so I'm just wondering why the...
This will be the last question he ever gets.
Do you remember?
Twice this year.
Last time?
When you say last time, are you talking about the last?
Pandemic, yes, during the pandemic.
Yeah, the last time you told us that inflation was transitory, bro. The last time you used the transitory word.
We've done 2x or 3x.
Of course, we're well aware of that. And, it's still the truth. If there's
Hold it together,
an
pal.
inflationary
Don't get
impulse
emotional.
that's going to go away on its own.
Keep it cool.
It's not the right
It's a
policy
20K pump, no? Isn't it
to tighten
20?
policy, because by the time you have your effect, you're in effect by design, you are lowering economic activity and employment. And if that's not necessary, you don't want to do it. In real time, as we know, it's hard to make that judgment.
So you got it wrong, in other words.
And we're
Just
well
say it.
aware
I got it wrong.
of what happened, obviously, with the pandemic inflation.
Spit it out, pal.
But I mean, we have to look at this as a different situation. There are differences and similarities. I mean, it's a different time. We haven't had real price stability fully reestablished yet, and we have to keep that in mind. And we hear that people are very reluctant to take on. To allow prices to go up. At the same time, we hear that businesses are intending to pass many of these prices through. So it's hard to say how this is going to work out.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. The Bank of Canada, in its last policy statement, said monetary policy cannot offset the impacts of a trade war. What it can and must do is ensure that higher prices do not lead to ongoing inflation. I wonder if that kind of reflects your own sense of prioritization faced with higher prices and weaker growth, that the idea is you have to take care of inflation.
Good question.
You know, so we have two goals, right? We have maximum employment and price stability, and we have to balance those. And you know, there can be situations in which they're in tension, right? And we actually have a provision in our consensus statement that says what we should do in that case. That's a very challenging you know, situation for any central bank, and certainly for us. And so what we say that we'll do is we'll look how far each of those two goals is, each of those two measures is from its goal, and then we'll ask how long we think it might take to get back to the goal for each of them, and we'll make a judgment because our tools work in one direction. We're either tightening or loosening. So it's a very challenging situation. Let me say, we don't have that situation right now. That's not where the economy is at all. It's also not where the forecast is. I don't know any mainstream forecast that really show significant problems like that.
Well, just to follow up, yesterday, the UCLA Anderson forecast said there's high probability of a recession. Where do you stand on
Oh my God,
whether or not
ignore
the
this
slowdown
question,
you're seeing
Powell.
creates a higher
Please dance
probability
around
of
this
concern that you
question.
may have on recession? Thank you.
You know, there's always an unconditional possibility of a recession.
He say the word probability. Jesus Christ, Powell.
At any time, if you look back through the years, there could be within 12 months a 1 in 4 chance of a recession. So the question is whether this current situation, those possibilities are elevated. I will say this: we don't make.
All right, let's hope the market ignored that.
Outside forecasts, forecasters have generally raised, a number of them have raised their possibility of a recession somewhat, but still at relatively moderate levels, you know, still in the region of the traditional, because they were extremely low. If you go back 2 months, people were saying that the likelihood of a recession was extremely low. So has moved up, but it's not high.
Chris.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press.
I think the market didn't catch
I guess
that.
last night, President
But it
Trump
was.
fired two
Oh, they
members of the
did.
Federal Trade
It's
Commission,
tempting to
an
go
independent
short,
agency, and this could cause the kind of legal fight about the administration's power to fire independent people. If those firings stand, is that a threat to the Fed's independence? Could he do the same thing to the Fed board?
So I think I did answer that question in this very room some time ago, and I have no desire to change that answer, and have nothing new for you on that today.
Well, maybe I'll have another mulligan. As you know, I wanted to go back to the consumer sentiment, particularly the inflation expectations in the University of Michigan survey. In the summer of 2022, you cited the rise in the long-term inflation expectations in that index as the reason that you went big with a 3/4 point hike. So I know you've talked about all the different measures now, but you seem to not be placing the same weight on that. And so I'm just wondering, are you dismissing that, what we saw last week from the University of Michigan, or does that carry the same weight as it did in the past?
So I mentioned it back then, but in no way did I place a huge weight on it. I think that was a ex post story, but it wasn't the case. That was a preliminary reading, and so is this. And it's also, this is that Michigan, the one you're referring to, the longer term thing. You know, we look at it, we don't dismiss data that we don't like, we force ourselves to look at it, but it is an outlier compared to market-based and compared to other survey-based assessments of longer run inflation expectations. So we got to keep that in mind. And I would just say we look at all of them, and that one's kind of an outlier, but you know, nonetheless we take notice of it.
Thank you.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. There's a worry on Wall Street that when you say you want to study the net effect of the fiscal policies we may see on the economy, that you would end up waiting too long and be behind the curve in responding to any downturn. How can you reassure people that you can spot a problem early enough unless you decide to be preemptive?
Yeah, look, we're aware of we're well aware of how things are going to evolve and the timeframes and all that. And, we will use our tools to foster achievement of our goals to the best we can. And of course, we're going to try to be timely with that. For right now, the hard data are pretty solid. We are obviously aware of the soft sentiment data and the high uncertainty, and we're watching that carefully, and we think it's a good time for us to wait for further clarity before we consider adjusting our policy stance.
Do you think it's going to be hard to get clarity in a government by tweet? I mean, do you have a feeling that at some point you actually will have a forecast you can trust?
Yes, I think we will. It's hard to say when that will be. These decisions are going to be made, and they're going to be implemented, and then we'll know. At that point, we'll know what the decisions are, and we'll have to make assessments then about the implications for the economy. Those things will happen. A lot of them will happen over the course of, in coming months, certainly over the course of this year, and we'll be adapting as we go.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. At the beginning, you were talking about separating the signal from the noise and tariff inflation from non-tariff inflation. Can you walk us through what that looked like over the last couple of months, if there were specifics from the January meeting to now that helped you make those distinctions?
So when we say separating the signal from the noise, that's just a way of saying that things are highly uncertain and that you're reading about developments. The news is full of developments of tariffs being put on and taken off and things like that. Some of that is noise in the sense that it's not really telling you anything. You're trying to extract a signal from that, and the signal is what's going to be the effect on economic activity, on inflation, on employment, and all those things. So that's really when we say signal and noise. Sorry, the second thing was?
Or similarly for tariff inflation, non-tariff inflation, ways that you're making the distinction.
That's sort of a special case of that. The idea being, and I do think that the first 2 months of this year are a great example. You've got high readings for goods inflation after a string of readings that average close to zero, and you have to ask, it's coming during tariffs, but you can't. It's very hard to actually scientifically go back and match up those increases and say, yes, I can prove that that's from tariffs, but it kind of has to be to some extent. Plus noise. There can be idiosyncratic readings in various categories, which will shortly reverse, and that happens too, and that could be a big piece of it. I think we'll know. In a couple of months, we'll know whether those were, where that really was from. But that's another case where I think it's going to be very, very challenging to unpack the inflation that we see over the course of this year and be able to say with confidence how much of that came from inflation and how much of it, from tariffs and how much of it didn't. But that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing that, and so will everybody else, and we'll all be trying very hard to make that assessment. And I'm sure we will make a lot of progress on that, and we already have. But it's going to be a challenge.
Do you have a sense yet as to what, in your mind, would make something cross from noise to a signal, what that threshold would look like?
It would depend on what we're talking about. I mean, obviously, you're looking for direct evidence that particular pieces of inflation are or are clearly not caused by tariffs. For example, if it's something that was, in the service sector that was far away from anything that's tariffed, you might think, okay, well, that is, like, frankly, housing services inflation, which, by the way, has been behaving well, which for some time was kind of our problem. Now it's slow, but it's definitely, moving down in a very good way. It's more now with goods and to some extent with non-housing services inflation.
Kelly.
Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. So consumer sentiment has dipped dramatically, but you say the economy and the hard data is still solid. What is your message to consumers that clearly disagree and don't feel that strength? Because the hard data they're looking at is their grocery bill.
Okay, so a couple things. The grocery bill is about past inflation, really. There was inflation in 21, 2, and 3, and prices went up. The current level, it's not the change in prices. It's they're unhappy, and they're not wrong to be unhappy that prices went up quite a bit, and they're paying a lot for those things. So I think that is the fundamental fact, and has been for a long time, a couple of years, why people are unhappy with the economy. It's not that the economy is not growing. It's not that inflation is really high. It's not that unemployment is high. It's none of those things. We have, 4.1% unemployment. We've got 2% growth, and it's a pretty good economy. But people are unhappy because of the price level. And we completely understand and accept that.
And just to follow up, why are you still projecting 2 rate cuts this year if your own projections show inflation higher for longer? Does that mean you see a slowdown in economic growth as a real threat?
So I think remember we came into this with, at the December meeting, the median was 2 cuts, the median was. And so you come in and you see, broadly speaking, weaker growth but higher inflation. And they kind of balance each other out. So you think, and unemployment is really, there's really only a 1/10 change. So there's just not a big change in the forecast. There really isn't. Modest, meaningfully higher growth and meaningfully higher inflation, which call for different responses, right? So they cancel each other out, and people just said, okay, I'm going to stay here. But the second factor is it's so highly uncertain. Is just, we're sitting here thinking, and we obviously are in touch with businesses and households all over the country. We have an extraordinary network of contacts that come in through the reserve banks and put in the beige book, and also through contacts at the board. And we get all that, and we do understand that sentiment has fallen off pretty sharply, but economic activity has not yet. And so we're watching carefully. So I would tell people that the economy seems to be healthy. We understand that sentiment is quite negative at this time, and that probably has to do with turmoil at the beginning of an administration that's making big changes in areas of policy, and that's probably part of it. I do think the underlying unhappiness people have about the economy, though, is more about the price level.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, first of all, if you could clarify. You were talking about how tariffs were a good part of the uptick in the inflation forecast, and I was just wondering what that specifically refers to. Is that the tariffs that have already been put in place? Is that anticipating some of the tariffs that might be coming on April 2nd? And then also, if you wouldn't mind, talking a little more about the balance sheet decision and what drove that. Did that have anything to do with expectations of how the debt ceiling, raising the debt ceiling, might affect the reserve supply?
Yeah, so in the SEP, you'll see that there's not further progress on core inflation this year. We're kind of flatlining, going sideways. We don't ask people to write down how much of this is from tariffs and how much of it is not. But some of it is from tariffs. We know that tariffs are coming in. We know that they're probably already, all forecasters have tariff inflation affecting core PCE inflation, core CPI inflation this year, without exception. I'm not aware of an exception. So it's in there. I can't tell you how much of that it is. In terms of the balance sheet, so yeah, I think, I guess the way I'd say it is, it was the flows in and out of the TGA that got us thinking about it. But as we thought about it, we really came to the view that this was a good time to make the move that we made. And broadly, committee that came around to the view that we would do the same thing we'd already done, which is I guess in June. Was it June? Whenever it was, we lowered the pace of QT, and we're just going to do that again. We're going to cut it roughly in half. And the sense of that is, if you're cutting the pace of QT roughly in half, then the runway is probably doubled. Okay, so it's going to be slower for longer. And people really like that. People thought that's a good idea. It's like a plane. You can think of it like a plane coming in for a landing. As we get closer, and by the way, we still think that reserves are abundant, although you begin to see some of the things we look at begin to react a little bit, but we still think that they're abundant. And of course, now the TGA is emptying out, so reserves are higher now, so you can't really see the underlying signal. So we came around to the view, and it had a lot of appeal, and so we did it. It has no implications at all for monetary policy. It has no implications at all for the ultimate size of the balance sheet. It isn't sending a signal in any hidden way that you can try to tease out. It's just not there. We're basically, it's very consistent with our plans and our practices that we've published and that we've followed since we began this, what is a very successful, rundown of the balance sheet. Again, the second time that we've slowed the pace. And we've said that we would stop when we were somewhat above the level we judge as ample. And clearly we're not at that level yet, but we're going to be approaching it more slowly. It's a common sense kind of a thing, and it had pretty broad appeal, I will say.
Claire. Claire Jones, Financial Times. You said in January, Chair Powell, that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Would you still say they remain well anchored today? And just to reiterate the question others have asked, if they're not so well anchored, why hasn't there been a more radical shift to the policy path today? Thank you.
So when we talk about inflation expectations being well anchored, we're talking about longer run inflation expectations. And they really haven't moved much, I mean, if at all. There's one reading that everyone's focusing on that it's higher, but the other survey readings and the market-based readings all show relatively, well-anchored inflation expectations. You would expect that expectations of inflation over the course of a year would move around because conditions change, and in this case, we have tariffs coming in. We don't know how big, what's speed. There's so many things we don't know, but we kind of know there are going to be tariffs, and they tend to bring growth down. They tend to bring inflation up in the first instance. So I would say, I'm not dismissing what we're seeing in short-term inflation expectations. We, as I mentioned, follow that very carefully. But when we say expectations are well anchored, we're really looking at longer terms, 5-year and out, and there's really no story to tell 5 years and out, either in market-based or in surveys. But we'll watch it. I mean, we're not we're not going to miss any evidence that longer term or medium term inflation expectations are moving.
Neil.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Treasury Secretary Bessent has observed that a large share of job growth over the last couple of years has been in what he calls government or government-adjacent sectors, healthcare, education. Do you agree that there's some weakness in underlying private job growth, and do you see the composition of job growth as something that has policy implications?
So that has been the case. We talked about that over the course of the last year. There were some good number of months and times when a lot of the job creation was concentrated in, educational institutions, healthcare, state governments, things like that. There were also times when private sector job growth has been moving in a healthy range. I mean, they're all jobs, but and remember, we're at very low unemployment for quite a time now. So I think it's a good labor market, but it's something that we monitor carefully. From our standpoint, employment is employment. But the elected government is entitled to have, we don't have policies that address different kinds of employment, but the elected government has a different role, and they can have those.
Here's a quick QT question. Does the committee envision at some point tapering the MBS runoff as well?
Good question.
I think tapering it, I don't know. There's no plan to do that. At a certain point, we'll stop runoff. And we may or may not stop MBS runoff, though, because, we want to stop runoff in net at some point. We haven't made any decisions about that. We want the MBS to roll off our balance sheet. We really strongly desire that. So, but we haven't made any decisions about that. I think we'd look carefully at letting that keep going, but hold the overall size of the balance sheet in, constant at some point, a point that we're not out yet.
Simon.
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. Thank you, Chair Powell. Several times today you've said that you feel you're well positioned to wait for greater clarity. At the same time, you could point to quite a few growth risks at the moment. We've seen a stock market that's gone quite wobbly, rapidly cooling housing sales, plunge in confidence surveys. Today, not only did the S&P mark down the growth outlook, 17 of 19 see risks to the downside. So my question is, how confident are you that you're well positioned, or is that one more thing that you're uncertain about?
I'm confident that we're well positioned in the sense that we're well positioned to move in the direction we'll need to move. I don't know anyone who has a lot of confidence in their forecast. I mean, the point is we are at, we're at a place where we can cut, or we can hold what is clearly a restrictive stance of policy, and that's what I mean. I think that's well positioned. Forecasting right now, forecasting is always very, very hard, and in the current situation, I just think uncertainty is remarkably high.
And sorry, standing here today, would you be surprised to pivot back towards rate cuts in May?
I think we're not going to be in any hurry to move, and as I mentioned, I think we're well positioned to wait for further clarity, and not in any hurry.
Matt.
It'd be nice if you stopped saying that sentence, Powell.
Matt Egan with CNN. Thank you, Chair Powell. The Fed statement released today removed a line that previously said the committee judges that the risks to achieving its employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance. Can you explain the decision to remove that line? Does it mean that you're now more concerned about inflation or about employment?
Actually, it does not mean either of those things. Sometimes with language, it lives its useful life, and then we take it off, and that was the case here. There's really not meant to be any signal here. Over the past year, conveying the sense of the balance of risks was important, that they be in balance or close to being in balance. That was useful as we approached liftoff, if you remember, but we're past that. Beginning to cut. So we just took it out. I actually would say that the more important thing now about risks, and this is in the pages like 10, 11, 12 of the SEP, if you look, participants widely raised their estimate of the risks to of uncertainty, but also of the risks to growth and our employment and inflation mandates. That's a more salient point now than whether they're in balance.
Just on the stock market has obviously declined significantly since the Fed last met. Are you concerned at all about some of the market volatility having a real economic impact in terms of hurting business spending or consumer spending, especially among higher income households?
So financial conditions matter to us because, financial conditions are the main channel to the real economy through which our policy has its effects. So they're important. But what matters from a Fed standpoint for the macro economy is material changes to overall financial conditions that are persistent, that last for a while, long enough to actually affect economic activity. So that's what we're looking for. I'm not going to opine on the appropriate level of any market, equity, debt, commodities, or anything like that. And I would just point you to the bigger picture again. The real economy, the hard data, are still in reasonably good shape. It's the soft data, it's the surveys that are showing, significant concerns, downside risks, and those kind of things. We don't dismiss that. We're watching it carefully, but we don't want to get ahead of that. We want to focus on the hard data. If that's going to affect the hard data, we should know it very quickly, and of course we'll understand that. But you don't see that yet.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you look to navigate higher inflation and lower growth, the Fed has talked about heeding the lessons from the 1970s. Is the Fed willing to have a recession if it means breaking the back of inflation?
Oh my God, why would you ask that question out loud?
We're in a situation where we have seen inflation move down from higher levels to pretty close to 2%. While the unemployment rate has remained very consistent with full employment, 4.1%. So we now have inflation coming in from an exogenous source, but the underlying inflationary picture before that was, basically 2.5% inflation, I would say, and 2% growth and 4% unemployment. So that's what we did. That's what together the economy accomplished. So I don't see any reason to think that we're looking at a replay of the 70s or anything like that. Underlying inflation is still running in the 2s with probably a little bit of a pickup associated with tariffs. So I don't think we're facing, I wouldn't say we're in a situation that's remotely comparable to that.
And last month, the idea of a Doge dividend was proposed, which would send $5,000 checks to every taxpayer from
Heads up.
Doge savings. President Trump and Elon Musk have supported this. There's reports there could be a bill introduced on Capitol Hill. What impact might that have on household savings and spending in terms of your growth and outlook for inflation?
You know, it's not appropriate for me to speculate on political ideas or fiscal policy for that matter. So I'm gonna pass on that one. Thank you.
Good job, pal. Thank God.
Hi, Chair Powell. Daniel Avis from Agence France Presse. You mentioned that tariffs are already having at least some impact on inflation. I'm just wondering how you and your colleagues on the FOMC have been thinking about the possibility of retaliatory tariffs from other countries, especially with April the 2nd coming up. Was it something you considered during this meeting? Thanks.
So since the very beginning, we've had kind of a placeholder. The staff has a placeholder of a range of possible outcomes from tariffs and from trade policy generally, and they generally assume full retaliation in those, and so that's kind of baked into the numbers. What happens? It will be complicated, and there will be some retaliation and some not, and all that. But ultimately, they're trying to, with the placeholder, give us a broad sense of what this might look like. When we actually know the specifics, we'll be able to have still uncertain, but better informed forecasts. So yes, that's in there.
Last question goes to Jean.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. Had a couple questions on the balance sheet change that you made. So the minutes had initially described your discussion on slowing QT as temporary until the debt ceiling is resolved. But from what you said earlier, it doesn't sound like there's a desire to kind of regain the pace of QT that we have at the moment after the debt ceiling is resolved. Is that the case?
Yeah, so we looked at pausing and we looked at slowing, and really people came together very strongly behind slowing, not pausing, for a variety of reasons. And so people really came to be, pretty strongly in favor of this move. It slows down the path and probably lengthens it, doubles it effectively by slowing by half. That people thought that's a good place to be. It'll help us assure that this path is a smooth one as we get closer and closer to that. So that's how that came about.
Well, I guess my question is more, was that meant to be a temporary measure during the debt ceiling episode, or?
It was the TGA flows, Treasury General Account flows, that got us thinking about this.
We already talked about that, how the TGA was going to force Powell's hand to stop QT.
Yes, it was provoked. The original discussion was provoked by that, but I think what we came up with, though, was broader than that and different than that. It does address that issue, but it really is also, it fits in really nicely with our principles and our plans and the things we've done before and the things we said we would do. So that's why, pretty strong support. I'd just say it's nothing to do with monetary policy, nothing to do with the size of the balance sheet. It's just kind of a common sense adjustment as you get closer and closer. Let's slow down a little bit again, and that way we'll be more and more confident that we're getting where we need to get. You can take our time getting there. We're shrinking the balance sheet every month, and we think it was a good play, and as I mentioned, well supported. Thanks very much.
Damn it, man. All right, well, it's a pretty mixed bag that we got there. As far as QT goes, our Nick the Snitch got it right again. Right? He posted today that they would put in measures for QT that weren't full QT stoppage, but that would plateau us into April. Right, so that's what we're looking at. What that plateau would look like would be something like this. Give me a second.
So, a lot of sideways to come, no? Then.
Yeah, a lot of talk of slowing the pace, a lot of talk of remember we were talking about before it started how Powell wasn't going to look at this data as actual data. He's calling all the tariff stuff transitory. He kept saying things like, we're going to look for actual data, we're going to cut the signal from the noise, right? That's him signaling to Trump, I can tell what part of the economy is bad because of you and what part of the economy is bad because of inflation. And I'm not going to move on numbers unless they're actual real data numbers, and you're not going to force my hand. That's what I heard when it came to that. But what it would look like on the chart, just to give you an idea. Where is? So what we're talking about is going from a decline like this
To a flat.
to going into a flat. Yeah, to going. He said that it shouldn't. That it should keep it flat. Right. Flat is good. That's the first step. Another thing he said that was important was that the decline of the balance sheet, they were going to focus on the MBS, on slowing down the MBS runoff, which is good. These are mortgage-backed securities, right? It's basically the government saying we're taking our foot off the gas when it comes to mortgage-backed securities. That should make rates better for homeowners. It should increase home buyership, but it should also, it's basically like a mini stimulus. It did the same thing in 2019. It's not all bad news, but I don't like, one thing we don't like is how he specifically said that slowing down QT gives them the opportunity to run QT longer, slower for longer. Right? So that means probably not going to be done for at least 2 meetings. And then, yeah, to say that the tariff,
stability is good.
The good things that we had for Bitcoin were A, they're signaling the end of QT coming, so that's good for risk assets. But most importantly, the question about recession, right, which is when we got our big sort of pump. He misspoke originally, and he said recession is probable, but then he, stuttered, said possible, said he doesn't see it before 2026. Still a possibility of not going into recession at all. So the market really liked that. But all of this talk of, slower for longer is not going to be great for risk assets. There is a good chance that we've already seen our bottoms, though. Doesn't mean we're not going to get serious retraces. But it would have been a lot worse had they not paused QT, basically.
Well, in the meantime, we filled the CME gap, right?
No, not yet. Almost. A little bit left.
Really? Well, the CME chart filled it. Yeah, the CME chart filled it. Well, there's another one upward, no? Oh no, actually, there's none now.
No, that was the one. That was our target.
Well, it's filled on CME. We even went higher.
Well, the question now that we've got to address is, does this mean that we're going into this section of downturn now? Right. And it would be an extended one.
The stock market needs a B up. Bitcoin already has it, right? But
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of hopeful that everything gets to its 50 on the daily. Is really what I'm targeting for Bitcoin, right? Which is another push up, clear that vector at 90, reject off of 90 because of the psychological, because of the vector being run out, because of the 50 EMA, and then compound some gains for the next month or two.
actually, it has a B up. It's just so small and weak. But yeah, I guess you'd stay short from 5,700 on SPY. But very little weak up move. And the gap is filled on CME. It's not filled on SPY. Is it filled on Nasdaq? No, it's not filled on Nasdaq either. And the stock market has a second gap to fill. Fifth of March.
Yeah, Kane. Slow for the next couple months, in my opinion, but after a slow but up. After one more retrace. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that we get a move up, maybe to 90, maybe to the high 80s. And then we get a retracement back down, but I don't see us putting in a new low. Yeah, exactly, Hoover.
Do you think we could see some alt starting to move then, or
We'll see this.
that's gonna
We'll see the start of it. We're gonna have to see how Bitcoin dominance reacts to this. This should take a hit, a little, at least a little bit of the bullishness out of Bitcoin dominance.
Everybody's waiting for that alt season.
Well, it might have started, no, with ETH up twice more than Bitcoin today.
It's gonna start slowly, man. We're not gonna have it until QTN, so we can start to sort of just relax a little bit on expecting the alts to go crazy, and maybe some of that pressure of worrying about missing out on some of the lows that we had on alts can go away too, because we should retrace.
So it's gonna be like just slow love making in the market. No wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't expect it. I expect us to drop, have one more scare that freaks everybody out, thinking that the bull market is over, and then accumulation from that point, first slowly and then faster, and then, you know, and then we go.
Yeah, I was trapped like with a short and a long. I got too ahead of myself, but I just got out of that long. I was out of town, and I had to drive about an hour and a half. I set the take profit, and it hit it like at what 85.3 something. So shit, I'm good now. I was freaking out for a minute.
We've got to wait, guys. We got to see what high we get on this relief rally to really figure out where the low is going to be. But as of right now, I'm not expecting lower lows. If something changes, if we see something different in the data, then, you know, we'll address it. But
You don't think they're
Well,
gonna go
what
for any
happened?
liquidations?
I had an appointment. I missed all that crap.
they didn't end QT, but they paused it.
Lost it.
Yeah, it's kind of not very common that you get two slowdowns, right? It's usually a slowdown, then they stop, then QE. This is our second slowdown. But they said they're going to reduce it by over 50% and that it should keep the balance sheet level. So we won't be bleeding out anymore on the balance sheet, but we're definitely not anywhere near QE just yet.
Position to up, down, jeez.
It makes a lot of sense because the Fed is there to stabilize the economy, right? So if there's a major event like COVID and everybody panic sells while they're buying, so they buy when things are red and they sell when things are green. And right now, you know, this month has been pretty red. So they slow down the amount of selling they do, and they'll just, I guess that target of how much they're going to sell is set already anyway. It's been set since they bought.
Yeah.
They're gonna sell what they bought, and they've been selling on the way up, and now they sell less because, well, they're getting a bit less good exit, right?
He did talk about the pressure that the TGA being drained is putting under his decision, which is important because we knew that would happen, right? When we hit our debt ceiling, I told you guys they have to go to the TGA. There's nowhere else to get money from. There was $82 billion in there. Once that thing drops, it has to be replenished, right? You've got to fill the TGA back up, and that brings money out of the economy. So the reason that it pressures the Fed is because you have to be in QE when you start filling the TGA back up, or else it's going to affect the economy negatively because of how much money it sucks out. So there's a bit of a pressure there. So we have to watch the TGA balance. I'm going to dig into Twitter, see if there's anything that I missed from the meeting and everything. Maybe just something flew by me that I didn't catch. And then I'll be back on.
Hey, Wooney.
What's up?
Ari, have you been programmed to sell on every green candle now?
No.
Okay, well, I'm at that point. You know, like you were talking about the other day, how no one's investing and everyone's just trading the market.
Mhm.
I've just been selling every like large green candle.
Yeah.
The problem is that when that reverses, I'm gonna sell on green candles that stick.
Yeah. That's usually what happens, man. You sell the green candle and it's keeps pumping.
Yeah, and I want to know when that trigger is going to be, and it could coincide with all coin season or whatever. But it merit that like totally like implanted in my brain about hearing from you. I was feeling the same thing. It's like no one's investing here. Everyone's just trading. I mean, I know it seems obvious, but it's so true.
I think it's gonna stay like that for a while too, because like all those shows, when we first got into crypto, everybody was talking about holding, you gotta hold. Now all they talk about is trading. So they're just telling everybody to trade.
Well, I'm assimilated, man. I just dumped everything on that large green candle. I'm completely out now, and I'm just waiting.
And everybody would tell you right now it's a trader's market. Mm.
Depends on the chart, no? Because Bitcoin is at 85. It's still in a green candle.
But we do not get pumps like we used to, even on like altcoins, unless there's super bullish news. And yeah, it's because of leverage.
Yeah, I like the question when they asked Powell about the 1970s, and he said, "I don't see why it would be like the 70s." But I think the question was pretty interesting. She's probably right.
I
This is
missed
very
all
similar to
that.
the 70s.
I was trying to get out. I had an appointment. Like, well, I just kept trying to look at my phone. I've been trying to listen to myself, though. Usually that's what happens too. You get a big green candle to the upside before it turns around. Bitcoin loves doing that to people, man.
A swing failure pattern, right?
Yep.
Well, there's still 25 minutes to the hourly close. It's a bit hard to call this one an SFP now.
I'm surprised it's so quiet on here. I have been so busy lately, and today we got FOMC and everything, and it's quiet. What's up with that?
Was going to confession to to try to get forgiven for their mistakes.
Inflation is transitory. He literally said that again.
Is he still talking?
No, but during the meeting, they,
Oh.
he says this is transitory because of tariff announcements.
Trump even said there's gonna be some pain.
No, bullish. Well, inflation is bullish for most charts.
Well, Trump at first said that when the tariffs come out, there will be some pain. It's gonna cause some pain, but just temporarily.
Too much, too quick. I think we're gonna close a daily above that 50 MA. SMA 50 stuff. Yeah, daily. It's funny. CME's MA is very different than our Bitcoin's MA. We never went below the 50 SMA on the CME chart. We found support at the 50 MA on the daily CME chart, which was 77,500. Well, when you add weekends, well, yeah, Bitcoin is, well, traded below the 50 MA, below 84. But looks like we have a chance at closing this daily above it, which we haven't really done in a week. I guess last Saturday we closed above, but barely. Well, if this closes above 85, I guess it's a bit of a confirmation to stay in a long form support, which is at 78. That's where we're building support. Well, maybe we'll get a third week down there. No? Dbloc said higher low. I wouldn't expect a lower low, but a higher low, in which case, no need to FOMO in. That'll be a red candle. Especially if we are to exit this area, go above 110, then it kind of makes sense to stop out everybody who longed that FOMC meeting that was talking about recession. Because, yeah, recession could be good for crypto in the sense that, well, if we have inflation still and all, maybe it could be good for crypto, actually.
Futures are off to a flying start here, Zusi. Australian dollars up. But
Turkey had a few issues today, so.
Oh, there's a good setup for a midweek reversal now. Could go down.
Well, we are downward. The reversal is upward still. It's bearish market structure, lower lows, lower highs. The trend is down since Trump got elected. Well, since Trump is in office.
Not mid-year.
We topped exactly when Trump entered office on the 21st of January. Bitcoin was at 110. Midweek, you said? Oh.
Yeah. I mean, we've pumped now. We can come back down.
Yeah, we can, of course. Eventually, we'll have bullish market structure on the bigger time frames. But right now, you need like higher than 95 to have it as a sign of strength.
Oh, this is just a little power pump.
Also doing good. They didn't give up what they gained yet. Dominance went down, but that's only because Bitcoin went up, right?
Yeah, they must be at support.
Because all got sold.
Yeah, they're sitting at support. I haven't looked at them in the last 12 hours or so, but they weren't wrecking themselves as much as Bitcoin was when it hit around 80.
Can go up as much as it wants as long as it's with Bitcoin upward. I'm all happy about that. Especially when total pumped 3%. Now, as long as we're above 273, I don't have any reasons to be bearish. We're at 277. That's not very far, but locally. And then on the bigger time frames, we need to get back above 3 trillion. That's when the bull run is back on. Because right now, it's a big fat ABC.
I nearly jumped in 24 hours ago, but I don't want a round trip.
It's part of the game, run tripping.
Oh, I've done it many times. You know it.
Yeah, I know. Most of us did. Still do. I still do, but it's just normal. Honestly, right now, I rather lose or, just make almost zero, whatever. I rather, I rather lose than actually TP here.
Go on, Zusi, take profit.
I could head short, though. That's a very tempting stuff to do. It does fit my strategy. I don't know. There's a bit of a small time frame upward move. A bit of a C up. So I guess if we come back below 85, but it's not happening. Oh, price is still up there.
Well, yeah, the markets, Asia's opening up bullish, so might be a little bit more to the upside left, but it'll have to retrace.
Like hourly close, an hourly close back inside the ascending triangle, I guess. And then the 4-hour target is still interesting, I think. Since 110, Bitcoin. Okay, not 110. Since 102, we're getting rejected at that 4-hour 200. A lot of time has passed now. It's not that high anymore. It's not at 95 or 100K. It's down at 87. Maybe that's a better area to head short, no?
Yeah, there's still a bit more room here. Put your hedge in a little bit.
Not necessarily today on this up leg. Yeah? It could be like activate the short setup where we do start trading below 85, but it doesn't get very far. Yeah, maybe you find support at 83 again, or I don't know. So, yeah, so 82, 83 again to continue upward, and only then come back down towards support. Give the stock market a bit more time to create an up move, because there is an up move in the stock market, but it's so tiny compared to the downside that I'm like, it's not interesting to short this yet. It couldn't even retrace 1/3 upward of its down move, so it's very, very small, weak bounce for now.
No, it was such a
It doesn't.
It was just creeping back up. It's not a big bounce. It's just held itself. So, but a lot of people.
It's sideways a bit. Right?
Yeah, I just kept it. It nearly lost the up move. So.
But, it dumped 10%. Now it pumped 3%. Gave a higher high today thanks to Powell, and it's already too late to enter that trade anyway. But the bounce on the stock market is very weak.
Yeah, stock markets. I never look at stock markets.
No, but it's to have a bias. Do I want to enter a short or not? And there was an opportunity to do so. There still is on Bitcoin even. Well, there's gonna be.
I find purely speculative markets that have no value much more interesting than real businesses.
You mean like crypto?
Yeah, that has value. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know why I don't like stock markets. I just can't look at stock market charts.
When that stock market is downward, Bitcoin just it goes down. Sometimes it doesn't go down a lot. Sometimes it goes down a lot, but it can't just go up while everything else in the world is going down. Although I'm looking forward to seeing that. Right now, what it's doing is it's doing it's doing pretty good actually. It's not dumping as much as you would have expected. You know, got 3x Nasdaq metrics, right? Actually, I'm wrong, damn it. Nasdaq dropped 12%, 3x 12% is 36%. Is Bitcoin down 36%? No, it's not. So, yeah, you see. Structure-wise, also, we're holding above 74, which the stock market is not. It's well below that. Now, we're below...
Yeah, the stock market got ruined, but Bitcoin
Oh,
held up. Alts are holding up a bit better at the moment. They're starting to show some sign of strength. But I mean, Bitcoin did get hammered a lot from its high, so and it went down to the support areas. So
yeah, the question is whether to have a bullish or a bearish bias.
oh, I'm definitely
that's
bullish.
where the stock market can help a bit, because if you see it diverging, going up while crypto is still doing nothing, might not be a bad idea to be more on the lookout for long entries, right? And we saw that happen a lot during this cycle where the stock market just continued pumping while Bitcoin was just going sideways for months. In the end, it exploded upward twice, not only once but twice. It was the same with the.
Yeah, I guess
the
I
first
just get.
time.
Sorry, Susie.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Like,
I guess I just get my stock market sentiment from the news and the little 2-minute clips of finance in the news, and that's about it. I don't really follow the charts on it.
Well, I trade them a bit, so. Because
Yeah,
that's why I follow, but.
I've never bought a stock in the stock market.
Really? Never? Ever? Not a single stock?
Never, no. I've put they call it superannuation here or something, like a 401k sort of thing in options and stuff, like moved them around a bit, but never traded an actual stock, no.
Same as crypto, it moves. When it moves, it moves.
Yeah, no, I bet. I guess I always considered it to be really boring, and I got into crypto.
No, it's bullshit. It's not boring.
I know it's bullshit, but that was what I thought, and then I got into crypto, and I've never really used any of this knowledge in the stock market. I know stock market goes up and down. I mean, people say it's slow, but no, some of the stocks go really big moves. So it's probably just easier to trade crypto. It's much easier, the platforms, that's all.
Oh, it's it's the same.
Yeah, if they have stocks on Maxi, that'd make it easy for me.
Well, you have stocks on Bybit now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can trade. I forgot where. Let me go check. Yeah, you can trade some stocks. Yeah, you can trade not stocks, but commodities. I think. Yeah, commodities, not stocks.
Okay.
You can trade like gold, oil, stuff
That's
like that.
cool. Copper and iron.
Yeah, but paper gold and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's all paper. I get that. You're not holding it.
I'll go check it. MT5 they call it, or whatever that is.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, you can even do OTC trading, which is odd, right, for a centralized exchange.
Yeah, I guess they've got to stay competitive. Add as many features as possible.
Up to 500x leverage on gold. Oh,
500x on iron ore.
Well, it's forex, right? So you can trade currencies, you can trade commodities. I don't think there's stocks there though.
I prefer trading dogs and cats.
So waiting for an opportunity. No ongoing trades.
Well, I was gonna get in at this dip, but I chickened out. Right at the very bottom, I was so tempted to start transferring things into spot. I was looking at some spot buys, but I'm still not confident enough. I'm gonna wait for more bullish behavior.
Yeah, makes sense.
Would have been a great trade.
The only problem is time-wise, there's like, oh yeah, we're starting to run out of time now. There's like a few months. And time goes so quick. We're in March 25.
I know. I could have started building a
1,
spot
2,
back.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. 7, 8, 9 months before the end of the year. Yeah.
Could have started building a spot bag, but I know it would have moved into leverage. I would have just paid margin and leveraged it. It would have been a great trade, but I chose not to.
Well, you don't know.
Well, I didn't know. That's right. So I'm very.
It would look like a winning trade right now, I guess, but
well,
maybe if you
yeah.
long, the market maker would be like, "Oh, it's liquidated."
Flies back in. Let's dump him. No, I know. Well, the exit is the question, right? I could have made a trade, but I didn't have an exit strategy in place, so not sure where to pull out here. So the next opportunity, maybe. I'm really keen on this stuff that Dbloc's done with the M2, so maybe I'll just save my dry powder until April 25th. But his correlations would show that from now, like I think he's saying the next week or so, it's a bit of correlation to indicate an upward move. But I'm kind of waiting for the next pullback. This last one 12 hours ago is not enough for me. But I mean, when Bitcoin went down to 77, that was another great region to get in. So it's easy to say now, but there's been a couple of opportunities to jump in the last week.
Oh yeah, I think overall that was C down. But let's make a bigger ABC here. Some real uptrend, not just a Trump pump, right?
Oh,
something you'll see in a weekly chart. Because the Trump pump on a weekly, you don't see it. There's no Trump pump. I mean, I guess it's one bullish weekly. It's a wick. Yeah, to get a down, up, down move on a weekly, we're gonna need a lot of time. At this rate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In like 3, well, yeah, it lines up with April 25th, but for a top, not a bottom.
Yeah, but there's always the jitter and scare. I get it. If we go up, 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 there's going to be one point where people get really scared. Never always just, I will see. May have missed an entry, but Doesn't matter. Crypto's not going away.
Well, until they ban it again, yeah.
Or ban Bitcoin after they made an ETF. That's going to be a little bit tricky.
You can cancel ETFs like you make ETFs, no?
Yeah, I know, but could you imagine how many people would be completely outraged?
But they get the money back.
Okay, simply, fair enough.
It depends when you cancel the ETF, I guess, but they opened them at 40K, right? If they cancel them at, well, if they stop them at 100K, people shouldn't be that outraged.
There would have to be something critically wrong with Bitcoin for them to cancel it. They'll have to find a glitch or a vulnerability before that happens.
Or it's just one law. Trump makes a law banning crypto, and that's it. It's over.
Over for America?
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon. I think we've moved on from banning Bitcoin.
If that's true, how are we even going to have a bear market? It's a bit the problem with this 110K top is if Bitcoin.
Well, we have a bear market because people decide it's hit a top and they start selling, and then it cascades down, and people freak out, and then they get scared that it's just a tulip, and then we go down because people don't understand crypto very well yet. They still just think it's a dog and a cat. And there's
It's
no,
not that provides. Isn't it Coinbase that provides ETFs?
I think that.
What if Coinbase goes bankrupt? Wouldn't the ETFs be stopped or impacted? I don't know.
Well,
It doesn't matter anyway. They can, they'll put a bearish mindset.
Yes. We'll have a recession. All that has to happen now is the stock market has to have more corrections. There's plenty of opportunity for bearishness. Unless we get world peace, that's not looking too likely in the short term.
February 2004. Money supply double tops. February 2004. What happened back then?
February 2024.
No, 2004.
I don't know. That's
To find high inflation, similar price action, you have to go back a lot in time. 2004 is actually not high inflation anymore.
2004. No.
February 2004. You see how it went sideways there for like a year? Oh boy. Oh no. That's what's waiting for us. Oh no. It's not gonna be fun, man.
2004. I'm not sure.
Yeah, never mind that idea. We're not gonna do like
loans.
2004. No, screw 2004. Bad year. It really did nothing the whole year.
I would have been at the uni bar around then. I wouldn't have known anything. Actually, no. I got married in 2004. That's what happened.
Well, we got used to a lot of pumpage, whether it's on Bitcoin or the stock market, but there are times where things just stagnate. Right? If you look at 2004, 2005, yeah, it's very slightly upward, but a lot of just sideways. In a 10% range, yeah, for 3 years, actually. Oh, boy.
People were still probably getting over the .com boom. Wasn't that long after it, really. 4 years is a long time, but
If Powell doesn't do that quantitative easing, I'm going to print money like hell to save. Well, I don't know why he would do that right now, but anyway, to promote growth and financial stability by increasing inflation through money printing or however he does it. then we have
It makes no sense, right? You create inflation, print money, that's going to create stability. You create growth. Fake
He
growth.
created stability by buying COVID dip and by selling the rip, right? So that creates stability, and he has a lot of money, no?
Yeah.
Being the chairman of the Fed, he probably has more money than BlackRock, no? Oh no, actually no, he has less. I don't know how. Actually, I have no clue. Wait, BlackRock manages more money than the Fed? Yeah, because it's international, right? Oh. The Fed is only America, which is roughly half of the world, because everybody compares its currency to dollars. And,
Yeah, I have no idea how to correlate that. I don't really know. I think if you add the 4 Australian banks together, they're about a quarter of the size of BlackRock.
BlackRock was in trouble. The Fed helped them by buying COVID dip, and now they did the opposite, right? The Fed is selling, so BlackRock is paying back its debt to the Fed. Maybe that's how they're gonna pay the interest on the bonds without creating inflation, right? The whole point is to pay interest on the bonds without printing money, with the money coming from somewhere else, I guess the stock market.
Endless money printers.
Well, the money printing slowed down in March 22. Yeah, March 22.
It doesn't stop, it just slows down.
No, actually, they removed money from circulation, so it not only it stopped, but it even did they burned the money.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
Okay.
right, and so it created a bit of a downtrend because money gained value, right? Because there was less in circulation, a bit like crypto. Right? So everything went down 10-15%. Crypto went down 75. Actually, the stock market went down 30%. Sorry.
Just burn all the money. Half of it. Let's burn half the money. Just have a big burn. Be like Binance. Burn.
And then they restarted the money printer for the soft landing when Powell actually said that it was transitory, but he was actually starting back to print to bring things back up.
Everything's transitory if you zoom out enough.
March and September 23. Yeah, the two bottoms of 2023. Well, I don't know how this money supply stuff works, but there's a divergence, right? Money supply is lower than at COVID all-time highs right now. But most things are not lower. I mean, American money supply. The Turkish stock market tanked like hell today. This continues a bit, creates a downtrend. I'm gonna start playing that for the first time. I never played it, but I want to get in actually.
risky game.
Well, there's a hedge a bit, right? Because our decaying democracies are probably not going to be where the growth is going to be for the coming 20 years, so can buy some dips on.
Years ago, I looked at investing into land in Africa, and it's just a risky game.
Yeah, I'm too lazy for that. Like land owning.
Yeah.
That's dangerous stuff.
Investing
But
into-
buying the country through an ETF, why not try? A bit, tiny amounts, for the fun, actually.
Not for the fun.
Well, to own a bit of abroad, right? Like not be all in America or all in France.
I know, it's just unstable economies are just tricky to trade, that's all. You can make high gains, but it's just a bit harder to get metrics on, and there's a lot of geopolitical things that can...
Same for India, actually. I'd like to get in India too. But they need to sell, right? They need to give me the opportunity, and that's definitely not the case. It's down twice more than America is right now, but if we can divide by two.
People did well investing into China for all those years.
Oh yeah, China is fine.
It's just not as much growth as there has been over the last 25 years. Previous 25 years, yeah.
It's it's interesting because to find charts that behave differently, you have to change continent. With America and its allies, these charts roughly do the same stuff. Okay, there's differences. Okay, right now Europe is pumping more than America is, but that was the opposite a few weeks ago. Like, overall, they're kind of the same stuff. There's no huge difference. We do bear markets together. We do bull markets together. It's like there's no point in
other together.
Yeah, there's no real point in trading these between themselves, unless they really diverge. Then yeah. But you can find charts that are like very different, especially when you change continent, or currency. Well, both. Like while we're wondering if America reached the top, there are charts where you wonder if they reached the bottom.
Trade India and Vietnam.
Vietnam? What's the ticker for that? I don't have a Vietnamese ETF.
I have no idea. But their economy's expanding.
Vietnam index. What is their currency? I don't even. Well, I guess I gotta do some research. Vietnamese currency.
I think it's baht, is it? Might be baht.
Dong.
Dong.
Dong, that's it. Dong, how could I forget?
So Vietnam index and overlay their currency.
Get some dong.
So people have been pretty quiet about that, well, in quotations, whale getting liquidated, which funny enough, they've actually just gone into a long on some shitcoin.
Oh, into Melania. Was that Melania?
That whale was public with that short because he had the opposite long, and
Yeah.
he's making money.
Agreed.
I wonder with they don't make enough money with YouTube ads to pay for the losses, right? So somebody has to bring reason to YouTubers who go crazy 100x long or short. No? Like they wouldn't survive. Normally they shouldn't exist because they'd be extinct. Unless they're like billionaires or stuff like that.
They make money in affiliation deals, don't they? No?
Yeah, but even with affiliation deals, it's not millions of dollars, right?
Yeah, well, we've seen it all the time, haven't we? People long into resistance and they short support, and these people have lots of money to do so.
And hedges. He had $2.4 billion in his wallet. He was a billionaire.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you don't go putting $10 million trades in unless you have $1 billion.
Zeusy, it was 0.7% of his of everything that he had in that one wallet. It actually became a great lesson on risk management because everybody was calling him a degen for a week. And then when he finally cashed out on everything and brought his stables back into his wallet, he had $2.2 billion. So, yeah, he didn't risk a lot. He was never in any risk. The only risk for him would have been falling asleep, not having, levels set or something.
Yeah,
like-
agreed. Equally, don't have your liquidation at like a CME gap fill level kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a multi-millionaire flexing a McLaren. It's just silly. You only flex that when you've got lots. It's a bit silly.
We still haven't gotten the end of our minor capitulation. We haven't looked at it for a while because these things kind of end slowly. But we are seeing us go into the red for once, right? Right when we start getting to our buy, once miners are done capitulating, we start to get our super red hash rates, but they can last for a while. Man, this longest capitulation that we had, I mean, we stayed in that red for a long time. And then finally we got our buy. That would have sucked. If you only traded off of this, you would have literally bought right before you got your 49 that everybody was looking for. But for the most part, that lets you know when miners are ready. And right now, we're still in capitulation.
Can we even talk of capitulation at these levels? Is it possible?
I'll ask a miner, bro.
Yeah, miners.
They've got
crypto at 80K.
Not that is that they've got things they need to balance, right? It's not only price can't just sit sideways; bills rack up. So you need appreciation, or you have to rebalance.
Their hardware would get pretty old pretty quick at the moment.
It's good news, no? Less miners, less selling pressure.
We got a tight little parabolic curve here going on the 5-minute. We'll see if it holds, but this has been our entire move up. Excuse me, from our bottoms.
5%, right?
We got some padding for a back test as well. It seems to be a fairly okay breakout so far.
You guys already saw the tweet, right? Major update coming for Trump's crypto plan or whatever.
No. What's this?
It's right around the time when we were in the middle of the speech. Kobayashi letter tweeted President Trump is reportedly expected to make a major announcement on his upcoming crypto strategy. If we go down to the minute, I'm pretty sure this was like the minute of the pump. Yep. Right on our first green vector. So who knows? The only thing that I know, everything is set for that. And they can't, there's literally nothing else they can do. There's only one other thing they can do. And that was that mission that he sent the Department of Treasury on finding tax neutral strategies, taxpayer neutral strategies to buy Bitcoin. And they've been off for about a week or two thinking about it. So maybe they came up with something. The easiest, in my opinion, I've given this a lot of thought and I've looked at a lot of there's two different things that are the easiest right now. The selling of federal land to the oil companies that, drill baby drill, we're going to open up federal lands that are all that shit that he's been talking about. That's tax neutral. That money's, the president can say what happens with that money. He doesn't need Congress for that. And the other is the repricing of the gold in Fort Knox, which is making the audit make sense to me now. The gold reserves that we have in Fort Knox are priced at the last audit's price, right? They haven't repriced it with the appreciation of today's gold value. That appreciation is tax neutral, right? So whatever money and it's going to be a lot because gold is obviously at all-time highs right now. So there's two sort of sources of money that they can use to buy Bitcoin if they chose to, that wouldn't come from taxpayer funds. And then now this talk of a major update. I mean, I can't really think of what else it could be. Either that or maybe a list of the altcoin reserve. I don't know. More specifics. But the market liked it.
Do we know at what time that crypto announcement is going to be from Trump?
No.
Please don't. There's no need.
I don't know if you've seen anything like this news, Dbloc, but big pharma's after Australia. They're mad at us, making our medications too cheap. Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and Bayer. They've set out a hit squad to Australia.
You better watch out, then people will let you die.
Apparently, we subsidize medication too much. Our gold standard health system is making Americans, big pharma, jealous. I don't really get it. I don't understand what the heck they're doing there, but
People in Asia are listening to Powell, they're pressing sell.
Yeah.
Someone has been buying.
What are you looking at specifically?
I'm back.
Are you looking at some Asian markets?
No, Bitcoin. BTC, USDT.
Oh, just Asian sessions. Okay, yeah, fine.
So what the news today, the QT news specifically, what that's going to mean in real time for us is that this should taper off, right? This decline that we've had here, it should start doing this as of April. And going more into sort of which is good, things pump.
So did Powell specifically mention anything to do with money printing?
Yeah, he said that they're reducing QT to almost a standstill. He said they're going from 25 billion to 5 billion.
Okay,
which
so
which is significant.
He's been watching Sandbox Indicator
then. And yeah, right on time too. Look at that. Not the end, but we can start to balance out a little bit. which means that you could possibly start seeing a bit of a change in ETH BTC pair. Little change of character as it starts to find the bottom, right? Like maybe that little hit there, right? Maybe if we do go sideways on the balance sheet, that last little hit on ETH BTC was the one.
Yeah, well, the Australian futures is very happy, flying start at the moment. SPY futures and the Australian dollar's up, so there's some risk appetite after that meeting.
Well, you know, it's the summer 2021, 2017 low. This is not a bad area to find support on the pair. The alternative is another 30% drop. Well,
S&P is
Dbloc, I
gonna
was
like
looking
that
at the,
too, by the way.
I'm not sure of that because I look. There are plenty of examples where money supply just goes sideways and the stock market also just goes sideways.
Well, this is the area that I was talking about.
2003, for example.
Yeah,
is,
this little area right here. See how we just went sideways on the balance sheet? Basically, we went QE and we finished QE, but we didn't go into QT right away, which is what we're doing now, right? Except inverse. So that just sideways hold for risk assets, you know, isn't horrible. It's not this.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you would see the stock market go sideways roughly, while crypto actually is able to perform, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what we would hope. My
But
bad.
we've seen the
All of this
opposite these
mess.
last 2 years. So I mean, it pumped, but not as much as expected, I guess.
Bitcoin's born for this.
2003 is an example also where it seems like we had QT but no QE, and
So we've basically seen every. Let me get rid of all these lines. We've basically seen every scenario now when it comes to money supply for our bull markets, right? Our very first one, we had QE for the entire market. And then we had, a plateau for the bear market, followed by more QE. So up till here, we hadn't seen any sort of quantitative tightening at all, really. At the most, there was a pause of QE. And then here, yet again, a pause of QE. So this was the first time that Bitcoin's ever had to perform right here, this little section. And this was the bear market during quantitative tightening. This has been our first bull market during quantitative tightening. So now we have sort of references. Now we have references for how Bitcoin performs under each of those sort of scenarios, right?
so you're telling me that they started quantitative tightening 2 years before COVID?
COVID was here, and we were already easing, but obviously the rate of, you saw what happened as soon as the COVID, as soon as the COVID dropped, the money printer just went absolutely crazy. And then it went back to more sort of natural, what you would expect as natural.
But they had already kind of stopped a few years earlier. Stopped printing.
Yeah, they were in QT as of the top of the bull market in 2018, right? That's what's sort of called the end of risk assets. Now, what's impressive to me that nobody likes to talk about is look at the performance we've had for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Still good.
Yeah, like are we seeing the turn from a risk asset to a non-risk asset like before our eyes when it comes to Bitcoin?
I think so, dude.
Yeah.
Good morning or good afternoon.
What's going on? Because it's definitely not performing like a risk asset.
I think the fact that the government has been so pro crypto, pro Bitcoin, they're basically taking the risk away from it now. Like it's de-risking because of the the clarity around, like when the regulation forward, and people know where they stand now instead of like left in the dark.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
it's a little bit of that. What's going on, Rick? It's a little bit of that, and it's also a little bit of like, usually we've lived under the rule of you don't fight the Fed, right? Like it was just a rule that everybody sort of agreed to.
Yeah.
We threw that out the window, right? From up here,
Yeah.
Powell's been telling us, chill out. We got to slow things down. And this, I mean, forget about Bitcoin. The red line is S&P. So yeah, while we had institutional interest and all of that, I mean, what we really have is just a massive speculative appetite, even during downturns.
Definitely.
Pretty
the
nuts.
longer you're in crypto, bear markets are not to be feared, I don't think. They're actually, you get to the point where you welcome them because you need, like if you're trying to get back in or you've taken profit, you need an entry and you don't want to buy it high. Like you need a reset to get in at the bottom. Like the good thing is that they cook that up for you because they're trying to do the same thing, right?
Mhm.
The people that actually pull the string, like, pull weight in the markets, even in like, not just crypto, but the stock market too. Like everything has a cycle. So it comes like a season, like and don't dread it. It's just part of it. Like use it to your advantage kind of thing.
Yeah, and
Hey, Rick.
and don't mistake every damn correction for the start of a bear market either, because that's
Right,
gonna
right. That's true. Yeah, yes. Totally.
Rick, another Aussie on
Yo.
here. Yo,
Hey, man.
So
you're on the
Fly was what we used to
Close.
call our new Rick. He was like our replacement Aussie.
I'm no Rick.
I'm in Brisbane.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I hope you didn't get completely ruined by those floods, bro.
Nah. The worst that we got was a blackout here, like a power outage for 20 hours, roughly, almost a day.
Yeah, I got a family on the Gold Coast. I watched it all. We got our first rain this morning in about 140 days, I reckon.
Yeah,
So-
damn. The Gold Coast got smacked pretty hard because, I mean, being coastal, like, it hits without any landfall to buffer it. It just came straight off the ocean.
Yeah, my
Crazy.
family was Talabudra, and yeah, they.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty nasty.
On a
You
more
don't get
bearish,
cyclones down here.
on
Don't
a
usually
more,
get cyclones.
on a more bearish argument, you could look at that money supply stuff as a huge divergence, right? Like, why are markets so high while money supply isn't higher? Why is Bitcoin so high while money supply is going downward? I guess we can explain it with a lot of stuff, with those banks going bankrupt,
Suppressing.
people fleeing to safety, stuff like that. But still, it's a divergence.
I feel like crypto and Bitcoin has actually, I feel like it's been suppressed. Like they haven't let it out of the gates yet.
Especially
That's what I feel.
Ethereum.
It's also
Ethereum has been sat on this entire time.
Yeah.
All you hear
It's
out of
also
everybody's mouth is Ethereum is dead, and all you see out of everybody's wallet is they're stacking Ethereum.
Which is testament to how massive Ethereum is market cap wise, because it's still second, and there's still no threat to it losing its place either, really, unless XRP like goes, up to like $5 really quickly, or like $8, whatever.
Yeah. Just to give a quick update on TA for not even the long term, but just shooting forward, I'm expecting a move between 89 and 90, and then a pretty significant reversal. That'll fall in line with our that'll also fall in line with our global M2 offset. But that's not why I'm calling it. It's that it just happens to match up. We're gonna get through all these liquidations. Target 1 should get hit today. We might get a pump and get up to target 2. Who knows? But me personally, I'm de-risking at 90, and I'm setting up for what could be our deepest correction that we're gonna get. Meaning, let me show you what I mean. And again, I'm not putting this off of M2, but using M2 will give you a sort of idea what I'm talking about. So this is our 105-day offset that we were talking. Oh, that 60 days, getting close to 90% here. This move up here is what I'm looking for, right? Even if this didn't exist, we'll just take that off the chart completely and pretend that it's not a thing. That 50 EMA retest on the daily, right? Clear this last vector above, 50 EMA retest, come down and put the right side of a W. Some of the sort of confluence I have for not thinking that it's going to go lower is our offset, right? M2 is going into a dip at the time that we're, remember, M2's here now. Let's, before we get confused, M2's here. This is the offset, right? So this is where we're caught up to in time. That dip down doesn't go lower than where it did originally. And then we go through a long little bit of choppiness until the end of April, right? So this just sort of makes sense with everything that we heard today. So just be careful is all I'm saying. I don't expect the next green candle to be a rocket ship. I expect it to be a rescue ship for some of your positions that you're underwater in.
Most likely, alts are still going to be lagging behind during that. No.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for it to affect. I mean, until we're not really cutting down that QT until April 1st. So the first sort of semblance of Bitcoin reacting to it will be April 1st, right? Because what we're waiting for is the end of
Tariffs
QT.
on EU.
The no, the hold on.
For your next leg down, yeah.
Where the hell is?
You expect us to see a move up then?
Where's Bitcoin?
Yep.
Down
And
there?
also,
so this right here is what I'm looking at
CPI.
specifically. Look, QT coming to an end, right? Or coming to a flat, coming to a pause, which it did here for a couple weeks. Usually signifies the top of Bitcoin dominance, right? So they're inversely correlated to each other. Bottom of Bitcoin dominance, top of quantitative easing. Top of Bitcoin dominance, bottom of quantitative easing, right? Money flowing into the system gives people the appetite to buy risk assets, which in turn pump altcoins and bring down dominance. The problem is that Ethereum is what's going to bring down dominance the most for us, right? And that's Ethereum BTC. And Ethereum BTC, again, bottoms out when quantitative tightening is over. So we've got the rest of the month. We've got until the beginning of April to start looking, but there is a chance that that tiny uptick could beat our bottom on ETH. This is on the weekly too, by the way. So, but it's all sort of lining up with the timing that we were expecting.
So, just to like, in stupid person language like me, does that mean you're expecting a move up in April? Or yeah, April.
I'm expecting a move up before then, and then a retracement before April, and then going into the end of April, once we start seeing some of the effects of that slowdown on QT, we could start seeing risk assets start to catch a bid. But for right now, short term, I'm looking at target 1, target 2, and then I'm leaving a runner to see if we try to hit 90.
But
yeah,
May, June 6th?
90K value area low of the entire range, really good level.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to get past that on the first attempt. And I would expect a rejection on 90 to hit sentiment pretty hard to where people will kind of get spooked and sell off.
If we reject 90 and come back down for a higher low, that's fine. But
That's
if
what I
we
want.
break 90 and a bit as support, that's good too.
We don't want to break structure. I mean, we could easily go to 90, come all the way down to 81, and that would be more than enough to shake people out, more than enough for people to scream that the bear market is, that the bull market's over, and it still wouldn't break structure. Right? We don't want to.
Of course, we still do have the option for another flush out.
Yeah.
Down to, but
it would have to happen. It would have to happen now, in my opinion. Because if we start getting over some of these support levels, it's not going to be easy to come back down through this. We will, but it's
Agreed,
not going to
agreed.
be a fast move.
Initially, I was kind of preparing for quite a large relief rally with the option of still coming down to, 74, 73, but it might be a lot harder to achieve at that stage, but we'll assess it when it gets to it.
Yeah.
It depends how quickly we go up, right? We build it up nice and steady, then I'd probably be more inclined to say that maybe that was low. If we just pump up really fast, then I'd be like, maybe we can see one more.
Yeah. For me, it's just how much distance we've put between our break of structure. I mean, as a macro analyst, the only correct answer for me is that was the low until we break macro structure, and we haven't done that.
Yeah, local structure's looking nice. We've been front running quite a lot of levels, which I guess isn't necessarily a bad thing, just means people are aggressively buying, but it does leave a lot of unfinished business.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's definitely room. I mean, we see the liquidations building up.
Hypothetically,
CP at
could we
50.
break the upside now, or?
I'm long.
But past 90k, could we also break past 90k?
I
or
don't
no?
see it. Not on the first go, in my opinion. If we did, it would instantly eat itself up. I don't think we can support it. Who knows? I don't know what Trump's going to say, bro. I'll be honest with you. I'm not one that's always like, oh, hangs on Trump's words. But if you're going to tease it as a major update, and I'm right, and they did find a way to buy Bitcoin to add to that strategic reserve without having to affect taxpayer dollars, that's going to be huge. But we can't get in front of that, right? Less predicting, more reacting.
The most important thing for the day now is the Friday high on the 14th of March, which comes in at 852. Well, we've broken that, and we seem to be consolidating around it. So if we can close the day above it, great. If we don't, then perhaps swing failure pattern.
Yeah, we want to just boil it down to patterns. The bull flag we were in, we broke out, retested it. Great retest. I mean, you can't really ask for more than that.
Yeah.
So for me, this measured move is active and probable.
Yeah, if people are bullish, they should want to buy 84 now.
People are selling 84, but price is still being bought.
Yeah, that's the value area high of the uptrend since that pivot low coming in at 76.5. So the value area high is 84, 84.6. Got the VWAP at 84.2. And then we got that high from the 14th of March at 85.2. So just like within the zone of like 84 and 85, you essentially want to see some buying power. If not, then see back down towards, I don't know, 78. I'd like to see 78. But that's, that's when it gets into Goblin Town again.
It's where we're trying to build support. Which is the middle
There's
of
just so
nowhere
much
when you
unfinished
go up,
business down there, but we don't need to go and get it, but I'd like to. It seems like the market doesn't care about it anymore. It's just off to the races. It's pretty funny. funny price action today around the FOMC news.
There was a nice diamond, yeah. Diamond below resistance.
Hmm. Yes. Build its gap.
Somebody asked about the bear flag on the daily. Technically, yes. But technically, we can get to my target and still stay within this bear flag and have the breakdown of the bear flag be the retracement I'm looking for.
And then what are your predictions for ETH for the next couple of weeks then?
It's going to depend. April is really the next time where we can look at it and look for some sort of reactions. We're still trying to get this vector that we called out yesterday. More than halfway through it. I think there's a good chance that we get it. And then it's all about staying above that uptrend. Right? There's green vectors all the way back down to the daily open. So one of two things, either we build a hella support right here and it keeps us from getting those vectors, and then we push up, come back down, hold support there, and never come back down under 2K again. Or we're going to clear these vectors and you'll have probably another chance to get it underneath 2K. The bottom for Bitcoin doesn't necessarily mean the bottom for ETH-USD pair. I want to be clear about that. Because we were talking about, do I think that the bottom could be in for Bitcoin? And I do. But I want to point out, and I've said this before, but I want to point out that after QT begins, or after QT ends, and ETH BTC bottoms out, at least during the last cycle, ETH-USD continued to bleed. Right? We made a new low on ETH-USD, even after ETH BTC picked up and started moving. So that 1600 I really like on ETH. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not rooting for it, right? I'm not wishing for it, but it would do a couple things, right? It would finish out this nearly perfect butterfly pattern, and I don't even. You guys know I don't even use harmonics, but when I find one that is perfect, you can't really ignore it. Set up the way it is.
No, wait. It would be perfect if D is reached.
Exactly.
Like
Well, that's what I'm saying, because that fits my target. 7.5, 8K for ETH, and then a big retracement. So, but you've got 3 points that are mathematically perfect. It's me that made a mistake here on some of the magnets, but so far so good. But the bad thing about that is if that does play out, you are looking at a lower Ethereum. You are looking somewhere in this range, 1600, 1500.
So I think it's just 15%. Actually, no, it would just be a 6%.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, we're already here. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but nobody wants to hear that. Everybody loaded up on ETH already, me included. I've got a nice amount, but I'm still leaving some more on the side for the bottoms if we get them. And if we don't, listen, there'll be more than enough shit to put your money in. So,
or is there a possibility that just for the rest of the bull run, we continue to not see a new all-time high for Ethereum, and the butterfly just plays out, and then bear market
that would
go down? We can visit minus 1600.
That would have to be Ethereum specific, right? That would mean that all the money that comes in, once it hits the market, just doesn't go into Ethereum. I'm saying it's not possible, but that's what you'd be betting on, right? If you were betting on that, you'd be betting on that the inflow of money is gonna come in. We've already seen it, right? Like I said, we're behind M2, so we know the money's in, just hasn't circulated yet. You'd have to assume that it just wasn't going to go into Ethereum. And I mean, I wouldn't be mad
So
at that assumption if you look at the past,
yeah.
2 years of performance.
So for that butterfly pattern to play out, essentially, there's a huge kind of fake out followed by a dump and then the true move.
Yeah. One more dip
Yeah,
on
that's nasty. I do like this support though for Ethereum. However, yeah, that would be Rexy.
I wouldn't get too much more. I wouldn't get greedier than just if you're going to buy Ethereum, it's underneath 2K. The deeper underneath 2, you can get it fine. But if you bought it underneath 2K, I think you're doing all right.
Yeah, just kind of like rough ballpark figure. It's not a bad buy, is it?
I mean, obviously 1,500 is better. 1,000 is better. Shit, why not 500? But, we got to keep things. Yeah. Target 1 has been haunting me for like 72 hours. If we could just hit it already, that'd be amazing.
As long as you're, equilibrium 2,500. So like, if you're depending on your time horizon, you're buying below the EQ and selling above it. Great.
The amount of people that aren't going to get into this market until it actually takes off and is gone 20, 30, 40, 50%. As long as you beat them, you're good. We gonna do it.
ETH is up 20% since its bottom.
Mm-hmm.
It's also down 50% still from the local high at 4,000. So. Those markets going up while money supply is going sideways or downward, it can be that divergence can be explained with just money from abroad, right? Because Powell doesn't control outside money; he only controls American supply. And
I told you all the central banks are already easing, so there's tons of money that's not in our system coming through our system.
Well, it happened more like 2 years ago, right? When because of inflation, people actually took the opportunity to invest in dollar. Rates were high. And that kind of pumped American markets more than other markets. And now we're starting to see the change in that. Yeah.
No, it's not. That wasn't me. I swapped all of my alts into BTC, but that was in November or beginning of December. What's going on, Pepin? No, we had a false move down first. But I'm not even comfortable calling it a false move because we made a lower low on Tuesday. When was our bottom? Yeah, Tuesday instead of Monday. But for all intents and purposes, it had the same effect.
Dbloc, hello, Puff here. Thank you for the tip yesterday. It helped me out a lot.
You're good, brother. Made some decisions.
I made some decisions. Of course, I understood that you understood what I was trying to do, but you're showing me another way. So I didn't really understand it. But once I did it, it all made complete sense.
You can almost feel the stress leave when you get rid of the. You know what I mean? Like in your heart, you know which one of those you didn't want. You just kind of either stuck with them or you're upside down, so you feel like, this has to work. Like, bro, just cut your losses.
Yeah, so it made a lot of sense once I did it and I cycled them into something else. I mean, that's what I was trying to do before, but I guess I was just putting too much extra stuff into it, where it was just as simple as what it was.
Yeah. Now that you have your shit boiled down to your winners, right? What you consider your winners. Now you can safely play that game of when something pumps, put it into a loser. Because none of those on your list are really losers in your eyes. They just happen to be not performing like the other ones, right? But when there's a risky asset in there, doing that and putting it into the wrong asset and then seeing the coin that you just took profit on go to the moon while the one you put it into just sits there, like, yeah, that's horrible.
Right. So yeah, it made absolute sense. I was like, man, maybe he's not really understanding what I'm saying, but I was like, nah,
No,
he
I
has.
got what you were saying. I got what you were saying. You were just speeding a little bit because until your list is official, you don't want to start moving around winners.
Right, and that's what I had to understand. He's like, yeah, the percentage points are important, but the winners are even more important. Like, don't do that to a winner. You could just add to it a little bit.
Yeah.
So it made complete sense. So
Yeah. I
and
mean,
then
don't
I bought
let that stop you from taking profits on something that's pushing, right? I'm always going to preach take profits, but don't necessarily
right.
just run to dump that into something else. You know what I mean? Sometimes the dry powder on deck is more valuable.
Right.
No. You got to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I figured it out. I just needed a little bit of. Let me not say it. People may take it a different way.
Yeah, I'm bullish short term, Pepin. I mean, we're in this move. It's proved itself. Our bull flag played out. Our larger bull flag retested. We're putting in new highs. Old CME gap is almost done. Target 1 is right there. Plenty of liquidity between there and the vector at target 2. Maybe a little bit of stall out to create some sell side liquidity to make the push easier, but nothing crazy.
I got a problem.
What's up?
I haven't been able to.
Your mic cut out.
Yeah.
It was a good thing I made the move when I decided to make it, because XRP shot up.
And then it feels better because you got heavier weight when something moves, right? It's like it's a chunkier position, so you see it. You see the difference.
Right. Definitely see. I still want to get this 88 down, but I think I'll just wait for right now.
Yeah, just start to think about that as you go taking profits on the ones that are moving. We are looking for a bit of a correction in the next couple of days here, anyways. When it comes time to put it back into something, then you look at ADA. You bring that average down.
Okay. I guess I have to wait till then.
While you're down on 88 too?
No, I'm not down. I don't got it. I didn't have nothing until I started buying like 7 days ago now.
Nah, it still gotta correct a little bit.
But I should have bought more. Oh well. I guess you say we're going to retest. So my scare is that it's going to take off without me.
No, if you look at the M2 from what Dbloc was showing you, he said that there's another dip that's coming, and that's the dip we should kind of be waiting for, and then it's the shoot up from there.
Yeah, we can't.
So
Just remember, we can't look at that as law, right? We're just following the path of the money.
We
But
could
this
miss a
parabolic curve right here tells me that Bitcoin wants to pull away from it. Right? We got a really clean parabolic curve going here. Very clean, actually.
Also, if you follow WD Gann's rules, once you start changing direction, like from a downtrend to an uptrend, you wait for the higher high, and then when it makes the second low or higher low, that's where you go in. That's what we're looking for.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Unpopular opinion. I won't even say it. I forgot it.
Go on, Dbloc.
No, go Dbloc. This is good. This is good.
Unpopular
please.
opinion when it comes to Gann, unless he's talking about time, I don't listen to him. He's talking about structure. Gann's contribution to technical analysis was time-based analysis for the most part. Again, unpopular opinion. Some people live and die by Gann, and I'm not saying they're doing it wrong.
But waiting for a pullback on an initial pump is not a bad.
No, I wasn't talking about that specifically. That's not a bad rule. But that's not his rule either, right? That's Jesse Livermore. So if I'm going to learn about Livermore pivots, I'm going to learn about it from Jesse Livermore and not Gann. That's like going to Bulkowski for harmonic patterns. He covered harmonic patterns, but it wasn't his forte, right?
So you're basically saying that's like going to a community college instead of going to Yale?
Well, just going to the wrong expert with the wrong question really is how you look at it, right? It's like being able to, reading all these books and all these things that these guys made is like being able to ask these guys questions. But it's just like anything else, right? If you go to the wrong person with the wrong question, you might have some knowledge on it, but it might not be, the best. It's like going to Burger King and buying a breakfast taco. Like if you don't just take your ass to Taco Bell.
Is there another CME gap above us?
No, we're good. We'll be clear after this.
There's none left already.
Yeah. Market maker did a bang up job. Took him long enough, but
Well, that everybody was chasing. Did he get caught up too?
nah, they got him. And so interestingly enough, the whale that everybody's following now that's underneath us isn't the same whale. The whale that's underneath us is the insider that excuse me, that took that leverage long on Trump's altcoin reserve tweet. And then he shorted right before the day where he announced the tariffs. Right? So he's the guy that everybody was calling the insider or whatever. That guy is the guy that just went long on the same day that it was announced that Trump has a major update coming up for crypto. So that's an interesting little twist to the whole thing, but it's a different whale.
Oh, this is getting fun.
Yeah, it's getting spicy.
So I was looking at something on YouTube and somebody's talking some 442 number for Bitcoin.
444. 444,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that comes from, so there's this guy that wrote a poem about 190 days ago. I'll pull it up. I'll probably pull it up after dinner and go through the whole shit. But the guy wrote a poem about Bitcoin getting to 84 on the day that it, literally to the day, he was off by maybe $1.70 something cents.
Penny, he was off a penny.
190 days ago, right? So at the end of the poem, right, the whole poem has got a couple of predictions in it. And at the end of the poem, it says that Bitcoin will top out at 444 times 1,000. And then everybody is like, oh, 444. Take it for what it's worth. He had a good call. I mean, and the fact that he did it in a poem, right, is making it like mysterious, right? People are like, oh, like he's the Riddler or something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start doing all my TA in poem form and become a legend.
I don't know, man. I think he's kind of legendary more than you may think already. I don't think you got to go down that rabbit hole.
Dude cement. Speaking of becoming like legends, dude did cement himself. Like he will be a story that gets told now. The prediction is pretty insane. Yeah, you're right, Jacko. I'm not trying to downplay it at all. It's crazy work. I would love to know the TA behind it though, because you know there is TA behind it. He didn't like have a dream in the middle of the night and this poem came to him. Like I want to know the T. Like I'm interested in the work. I want to see your work.
All right, and I was gonna ask you, is there any way you could look at that 4-4 and
No,
come
it
up with
nothing makes sense. No, it doesn't. That the amount of shit that would have to happen to get us there is unpredictable. Right? You're talking swan after swan after swan. Yeah, he nailed
So
that
how did?
14th of March. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was. I was like,
And it's
what?
weird too
Like,
because when he made, I believe when he made the post, we were at like 74K. So it's weird. It's not a number you would expect for a prediction, right? You would expect maybe a high prediction or maybe a lower prediction, but to expect a retracement to a level above where you are at the time, 190 days in advance, is crazy.
Why not 333?
Because he didn't
That
say
number.
333. He said 444.
333 would be, if Bitcoin is to do the exact same bull run as the previous bull run, then you're gonna top exactly at 333.
Well, you're gonna
Because
need
it's
to make a poem, or nobody's gonna take you seriously.
yeah,
Oh.
sorry, Zuzi.
Because if you extend 3,000 to 69,000, and then you do the same move
Zuzi,
from.
come on, you gotta do it more poetic. You
No,
gotta do it
I'm
more
not
poetic.
saying he's an insider, Moonshine. That's not the type of information you can get from insider information. There's no insider that could tell you where price of Bitcoin is going to be in 190 days exactly like that. I think to me it has more to do with some sort of TAs. That's why I want to see the work. Like I want to see what brought you to that number. Cool that you hit it. Cool, you get a gold star. That's amazing. I'll definitely listen to whatever you say and sort of run it through my filters. But I want to see the work. Like the TA and nerd in me wants to see the work. I want to dig into the work. That's what pissed me off about what's this dude's name? Roaring Kitty. When Roaring Kitty first came out, it was just data. It was just charts and research and data, and you could take it and you could back test it and you could confirm it. You could chew through it, see exactly what he was thinking. And then when he came back the second time and he just started giving us memes and, oh, trust me, buy this, and showed no work, I was like, yo, screw this. That's why I didn't have anything to do with it. Show me your work, bro. I cared less about predictions and more about how you got there, basically.
Lucy doesn't need a poem. He's got a French accent.
Right.
No, that's why he's got to go watch Poetic Justice so he could be more poetic with it.
Well, I don't know how to be poetic with 444, but I know how
Oh,
to be with 333.
No, you have to do it the French way. The
333.
French
Oui.
MC.
Actually,
Oui. 333
432.
BTC.
Okay.
Let me show you how it be. Come on, Zuzi, you got this, man.
On the block with 333.
Yeah, Pepin, it's a straight. I mean, you don't even have to. That's what we were talking about earlier with the parabolic curves. You shouldn't need to adjust your parabolic curve. If you're adjusting your parabolic curve, then you're gonna throw yourself off. If it's a parabolic, it's gonna fit without having to adjust it at all.
So this is a new whale. He knows something that we don't know. So we just gonna follow the whale. It sounds like at this time.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Pop. It was
Can you
perfect.
guys drop the whale's address or the address y'all are tracking in the Discord?
I'm not actively tracking this new guy. I'm just watching Twitter for it. If anybody else has it.
There's really no gaps to fill anymore on Bitcoin. The only one left is at 20K now.
Market maker did his job.
There's one at 20K. It's the weekend where Bitcoin became a hedge to stablecoins.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was really getting down on dominance this morning. I don't know what happened.
He's long, Meekers. He's long underneath us. Long, heavy. He's the same one that longed the day before that Trump announcement came out. And the same one that shorted before the tariff announcements came out.
Shouldn't he be sent to prison?
Somebody said he was a criminal. I can't remember who it was, but I don't know if it was CZ. It was one of these exchange guys said that he was a criminal laundering money.
Like your president? I'll shut up before
Yeah, we can't really call people criminals no more. That's true.
I mean, it's,
Yeah,
it's the example to follow, right? So,
Hey, it's America, man. Anything is possible. That's what's great about it. It's too funny.
in France, our president now has to wear, that signaling device on his wrist.
Ankle monitor?
Yeah. Yeah, Sarkozy is under anchor monitor. He was president of France for 7 years.
That's great.
And he's under anchor monitor, so he can't be elected again. Like I mean, unless we
Hey, be careful, Zeus. Be careful.
Yeah, people said the same thing
No, he
about
can't.
Trump. He's a felon. He can't get elected again.
I mean,
No, he really can't in France. It's not possible. He doesn't even want to anyway.
one of my friends is a felon looking for a job. Everybody told him he might as well just go run for president. He might run next. You know, if you guys like felons.
Sky's the limit, baby.
You know.
The new
So you
American dream.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Uh-oh, something's about to happen.
Is it a Louis Vuitton ankle bracelet, Zusi?
Hey, I didn't actually. I should check. I don't have any Louis Vuitton stock, so I don't follow it too much. Even though it's like our Apple, but I should check it because that could be Ooh, we have an ABC, I guess. Now let's put one more. One more, yeah. Louis Vuitton is like a luxury brand, right? But they also own wine, champagne, a lot of stuff. Actually, it's not only bags.
Yeah, you got to have some wine in your fashion range.
You gotta have the Don Perignon in the movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening with this change. Guys, you finally managed to create a downtrend on Louis Vuitton. Even COVID didn't achieve that, but these tariffs had a bigger effect than COVID. Well, whatever you want to blame it on, I guess, but. No, it's not the tariffs. Wait, what happened in May 23? Well,
Can you imagine that? Another 25% LV bag?
yeah, Louis Vuitton's overall dip since all-time high is now bigger than COVID dip. COVID dip was 36%. It did reach 39% down at its lowest. Well, we're not there anymore.
But I think if it dips, that's the general intelligence of people going up, Susie.
It's things are going to weapons right now in Europe. People want to invest in weapon manufacturing instead of buying McDonald's.
Go down anytime soon. This investment, I think, is going to be a decade or more of investing into weapons.
We're gonna have laser weapons now, so investing in energy is actually investing in weapons too now. Eventually, there's gonna be like laser weapons, and they're gonna need energy. I guess it's already the case, right? Tanks need oil.
Australia is just doing a $6 billion partnership with Canada or something, building a radar system to scan the ocean for subs. It's the most advanced submarine scanning system ever made.
Australia was never invaded, right? Well, I mean, except by the British.
We never have been invaded. We were born on invading. Born and bred.
Right. But the Japanese, they came pretty close, no, to Australia. They went to like.
Yeah.
They came pretty close, but not to the main.
So what's the consensus on the meeting we had today?
Sideways. For actually worst case, 3 years. Powell said, "I'm not in a hurry." Well, maybe we should take him to the word and just trade a range for like 3 years. Just saying, it's a possibility that happened in the past that we forgot about because all we look at is what happened since 2008. We forget to look before when crypto didn't exist and all. And he did remind us that this isn't like 1970. I wonder why he said that. Like, I wrote down this quote. I don't see any reason why we would see a replay of the 70s. That's what Powell said. I don't see any reason why we would see a replay of the 70s. I see reasons, but I guess he doesn't. Or maybe he sees and he has to say that he doesn't see so that it doesn't happen the same. But yeah, the 70s... it took like 10 years to exit the range. Inflation is what brought us up here. I really believe it's inflation related. Yeah. Since 2022, this whole pump is like, oh, well, there's going to be inflation anyway. Let's buy assets. Let's make sure we don't lose buying power. Let's buy gold. Let's buy everything, anything. If power really manages to solve inflation, well, yeah, we might see a long time sideways on the stock market. With big ups and downs, it could drop 30%, pump 30%, drop 30%. It could even drop 50%, pump 50%. In a decade, we could zigzag a lot. But actually, I like that scenario. It just makes sense. High inflation, COVID, patch the economy, blah, 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 and now try to control inflation. And if they succeed, why should we just always continue pumping? It might end up like the 70s. Or the 90s. Or 2003, 2004, 2005. Well, like, yeah, you continue to pump, but very slowly. Taking your time. He said, we'll take our time to cut. I don't know, anybody else has opinions? But no surprise, overall there wasn't much surprise. What else did he say? He said a recession is possible, probable, both. Last time he said we avoided a recession. This time he said a recession is possible. But blah, 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 everything is fine. I'm doing my job correctly. We're going to avoid that. Uncertainty. He used the word uncertainty a lot. Wonder if it has anything to do with Trump.
Y'all should make an overdub video, but Juicy, you will voice Powell. But exactly what you're saying, just in a nutshell, explain it. But it'll be his face.
So what I found interesting is he said 2%. He didn't say 0 or anything else. He's like, his goal is to bring inflation to 2%. I don't know why in the media he said something else. I don't know if that's even true. It might just be fake news. Maybe AI generated news? Who knows?
Yeah, like why would you say just like, oh, not to expect a 70s situation? What does that even mean? Like what? Like not to expect a 50% dump?
It's a 50% dump. He meant it's the inflation in the 70s and how the Fed handled it and how his ancestor did bad actually and couldn't prevent couldn't make a soft landing where he would ease the chart, make it less volatile, I guess.
The way in which it was handled.
Yeah, it's probably referring to that. But price action wise, the 70s is it's like a triple bottom. That 2000 2008 crisis gave you like a double bottom. The 70s gave you a triple bottom, basically. So I guess you'd look at October 2022 low as your first bottom and expect like maybe a retest of that.
I mean, if we want a range between 5,600 and 6,100, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I could see that happen. Slowly climb up for like 5 years. Yeah. With like moderate inflation that's under control, nothing too crazy, no 10% inflation, just slight, like Powell wants, 2% inflation per year. All things equal, it should mean 2% growth on a SPY chart. No, actually, no, it should mean more on SPY chart than 2%, but on average, things would pump 2%. I guess gold would slow down its rise because it's pumping more than 2% per year.
I mean, is there any reason for S&P to see a new all-time high now, given that we might actually have QE on the horizon? We just range until then.
It depends how much of American money is sustaining SPY levels currently. I don't know.
Mm. I'm thinking though Bitcoin could squeeze up to. I'm thinking Asia could squeeze Bitcoin up to 88 if Bitcoin closes above 85.2, which it looks like it might want to do.
For the Audi?
I mean, obviously this is just shooting the shit, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, if we close above 852, there's no reason for Asia not to squeeze it up to, well, at least a few percent. 88 would be 3% from current price action. Seems reasonable. We've already achieved 3.7% today.
Let's go. Also, we'd be closing a candle back above that 50 SMA. More bigger time frame stuff, I guess.
Oh, I haven't checked the moving averages in a while, actually.
Yeah, the daily 50. It's
Up at 91. Oh wait, no, that's the. Is that the 50? Yeah.
It's at 84. 80. Yeah, 84,500. Daily
Wait,
50.
the 50 daily SMA.
Yeah.
$91.
The 200, sorry. The daily is.
200. Yeah, fine. Yeah. 200's nice support.
And no, it's on the weekly. It's still down.
Oh, on the weekly. Okay, fine.
It's on. You're right. Sorry, above the 200 on the day.
Yeah. Yeah, 84, 85.
You might avoid the death course, right?
Well, I don't know how I feel about crosses anyway. They can cross and then cross back within the space of a week, like nothing ever happened.
Well, 50 on the daily and 200 on the daily, they take a while to move, so gonna happen anytime soon. But yeah, the first step to avoid the death cross on the daily between the 200 and the 50 EMAs is to not trade below the 200, and then you actually have to trade above the 50, and then maybe they won't cross.
Yeah, so 200 dailies sitting at 84.3, and there's a bunch of confluence around there. That's nice. Now, if we lose that again, well, 80, 78. For now, there's no reason to be bearish above 84.
I can find reasons to be bearish. They're not gonna be
Well,
very
yeah,
good here, though.
Well, I mean, pick your
parallel upward.
pick your time frame for being bearish. I mean, today or this week or even this month, there's no reason to be bearish yet. But this year, yeah, totally, we can be bears for days. Where's the...
So wait, how much time did it take to do a full recovery of that weekend? 9th of March. We're the 19th, 10 days. That's funny. 10 days, really?
Yes, because we didn't actually start the recovery until, well, yeah, just over a week into the month.
Oh, you know that weekend where it flatlined and then accelerated down, and now we're back to where the last.
Oh, we had that disgusting constricted price action.
Yeah, where nothing was happening during the Saturday, and then on Sunday it boop, dumped, which left a CME gap and all, and 10 days later we're back there. This is pretty slow compared to the first time we left a gap, which was like 3rd of February. Like we immediately filled it. On the 2nd of February it dumps to 90K, and then just like 12 hours later you're filling the gap. Here it took us 10 days. Much slower bottoming structure. With some sort of inverted stuff going on. A failed failed inverse head and shoulder that just gave you your double right shoulder and is still around the neckline. Attempting to break out currently.
Yeah, we're hanging out around that 8th of March price action over the weekend where there was little to no volume. So, and also just beneath, or actually just above, the monthly VWAP. Very interesting. Well, I mean, we're really trying to break it now, actually. If you switch the monthly VWAP on, that's quite an interesting one. I'd like to see a squeeze up to 96 personally, but
95,800, right? Not 95,800.
Yeah, between 95. I mean, the yearly VWAP is actually at 95.6, and then the point of control is at 96.5.
Notice on the left of 95, it's where we flatlined before taking a dump too. But then that Trump tweet did make us revisit that area, although we fell a bit short of really getting in the flatline part. Right? Missed like $1,000 there. We topped at 94.9 instead of really getting to that 96. Well, 95,800. Yeah, that would be a strong B up.
That way we can clear up all of the 4 highs. We can clear up all of these naked point of controls. There's a few single prints up there. Obviously, there's a bunch of liquidity resting up there.
Yeah, and then put a new low below 76.
That would be brutal, but I'd be down for it. I mean, I'd be in the short.
It's going to be what I should worry about if we get there. I don't know if we're going to get there, but if we do get there, I should worry about that, yeah. Just making a bigger ABC.
Yeah, I'll be jabbing at the short for that reason.
But if it doesn't, then after that, next step is new all-time highs almost. All right, you'll get issues maybe at 99.
And it has to be, no? I mean, you've got 103.
Yeah, there's going to be a few levels that might slow it down, but most likely, no. The only thing left that will be strong enough to slow it down is the double top at 110. Like I wouldn't be too eager to short like 100. Well, although man, that trade worked out nicely. I don't know how many times.
Yeah. That was a psychological level for a very long time, eh? Still is, I suppose. I was in a tiny short whilst we were trading beneath 85. I thought it was still fair game to sneak into some shorts, but now we're above it. I'm not really interested in shorting until plus 90.
Or if it loses the level again, right? Like if we come back below.
Well, yeah, if we close the day at 84
85
flat.
300. I'd be a bit well. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, 84, but
85.
more aggressive play is well, a bit earlier entry is 85.3.
Yeah. I mean, the risk reward's already kind of been screwed up for that anyway, right? Because we've overshot it and it seems like we've got a legitimate breakout. So, I mean, let's say that we close down at 84.3. Well, then your stop loss would have to be, well, about 2% away, which is fine, but you'd have to decrease your size.
You don't need the stop loss to be above the previous high, always.
True.
Mine are rarely. It's rarely the case, personally. But it depends if you wanna. Well, if the idea is to cut the losers as quickly as possible, then yeah, I don't care about having your stop loss below the wick. We're actually happy of being stopped out before even.
I just feel weird about putting my stop loss like kind of like in the price action itself, right? I want my stop loss to be in an empty space.
Yeah, for bigger time frame swings, yeah, but to make the short interesting here, yeah, you can't really have your stop
I mean,
loss.
the other option is short now.
Well, we are at there's 80 Bitcoin protecting 86, a bit more actually, 100. Wait, sorry, it's a triple wall. 60 Bitcoin.
I mean,
and 86.
we filled the gap today, right? So,
Yeah.
but we haven't closed. There's no sign of a swing failure pattern, so actually, shorting here is quite stupid. But on low time frame, we are at the top of this mini. What is it?
Even on the
Pennant
50,
looking thing.
right?
I suppose it's not a pennant. It's a, well, we're just trying to uptrend, aren't we?
Oh, I'm sure we can find ways to enter longs or shorts. It's just not the most probable area to trade, no. It's just a CME gap, a flat line. What else is there? Maybe there's plenty more stuff.
The monthly VWAP.
Monthly VWAP. Oh. How about?
So that's sitting at 85.7 roughly, which, so we're trading above it currently, but barely.
Also, people are in the belief that Trump is going to pump price, so they might be heavily going long, no?
You know, I much more trust Jeremy Powell's ability to pump the price than Trump's at this stage.
Yeah, but that news of Trump is going to talk about crypto, couldn't it, well,
Well,
Mm,
anything can happen. We know that we can see a
yeah.
tweet achieve a 10% pump in the space of 30 minutes. So whether it lasts or not is a different question. And that's the thing. I'd rather price just do its thing without there being any kind of hype around anything. Because, well, that way
Well, it's
it's
the
got
case,
more
right?
of a-
Hey,
it
look at
just
what happened today. We have Bitcoin pumping with words of recession during Powell meeting, with like the stock market, barely. Well, actually, it did pump too, but not really. Isn't it already happening though? That part slowly climbing while
Oh, stock
while
market's
we.
nearly back in, ES pretty much back in its range. I mean, it is back in its range, arguably.
Well, we're below the daily 200. We made a high, got rejected, or back below the previous high on 4 hour or hourly time frame. Yeah, it did manage a
Yeah,
higher
well,
high,
of course we're going to
but it
be
got
beneath
nicely
all the...
rejected downward.
Yeah.
Very weak uptrend, right? I think we can call it an uptrend now on the stock market. You have 3 points. You have 5,500, 5,700, back down to 5,600, and now we made a higher high, like on
Yeah.
the hourly chart. Huh? But it's very small compared to the down move.
Well, so you really want to hold 5.6 now, and 5.6 is actually a very nice SR flip. And that's
Yeah.
where the gap, close to where the bottom of the gap fill was, which obviously we overshot the gap, but if you
There's
look to the left,
plenty gaps. I mean, SPX has plenty gaps still to fill. You have 5,520, which is quite lower. That would probably mean 78k Bitcoin easily. And to the upside, 5,740. There's plenty of gaps in this chart. 5,740, then you have 5,800, and actually that's it. There's only 2 upward.
2 upward, and wait, where's the one to the downside? Am I on electronic trading hours, or am I on...
It's Friday, 14 March. On Friday, it closed at 5,500, and on Monday, we opened at 5,570. So,
Got you.
70-point gap there. Yeah. It's actually pretty big for SPY, almost 1%. Although it's an hourly, well, on the daily, you barely see it though. Oh, it's there too on the daily. You see the closing candle and the open. Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
don't
a
think
juicy gap down at
these gaps are really not
55.
important, in my opinion. It's just
Yeah.
the small stuff. 5,000 is also a gap, back from May 2024.
5,400 is my absolute lowest I'd like to see it. I suppose, I don't know, 5k flat. What's that?
Then you have 4,400 is also a gap.
5k flat's like 18%. No, I'd only really like to see 5,400. That's my comfortable support for ES.
30% correction would be 4,400 now.
Well,
but first we need a lower high. Who knows? We might even be in price discovery.
But yeah, dude, I totally think Asia could squeeze this up to 88 tonight. And I can come out and just say that and be wrong and whatever, but I'm kind of actually looking for that.
Oh, I hope so too. Although I don't care because I want TP anyway. Literally, yeah.
Yeah, my
just not enough.
my whole thing now is I sell before any and every news event. Well, at least trim off, 3-4% of a existing position. Which has been working well. I mean, not even for a news event. I've got into playing or entering positions at market close, letting Asia do its thing, letting letting Tokyo do its thing, letting London do its thing, and then selling before New York Open because they seem to ruin the party.
Thing is, in the last 2 years, Bitcoin retraced 30% only twice. This is the third time. So I'm not that eager to exit anything personally. Because
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to sit on my hands at the moment because you got to let your winners run.
The question is all-time highs or not? Was this 110 a top that's gonna last 6 months or more? Or was it just a local double top and we'll be above that in like a month or two?
Well, this is why I want 96 because it's a level where I'd actually feel comfortable exiting some existing positions over half of the position size. I'd happily just get out on them because
That's like
worst
selling
case
50K, right?
that was it. Best case you can just add back to them after a pullback to where we are now.
It's like selling 60K during the last correction, or a positive example would be like having sold for 45K before Bitcoin dumped to 15K.
Good old days.
I don't know what it's gonna do. I know what I'm betting on.
You've already placed your bets, though, no?
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, price can do. I don't care. I don't care until it reaches a TP or stop loss.
I'd like to have more short exposure, but like I mentioned, I just can't short this now below 90, really.
Yeah, it always feels too late to short, yet sometimes these trades are still worthwhile entering. Anyway, it was fun watching Powell with you, with everybody and all. Thanks for the fun and well, good luck, trade safe. Also, it's nice to see Bitcoin above 85 because for me, that's where I bought on spot, I guess. Yeah, it's cool to see it a little bit above it. Trade safe.
Yeah, man. Peace out.
Yo, what's the deal? Hey, Fly, you on here?
Yo,
I just did a new AI video.
sick, man.
Oh my God, this might be the best one ever. Well, it's the other one's pretty good, the first one, but the
Really
second one
cool.
was good too. But this one is the most meticulous one. I've gone through every single scene, every 6-second render has been gone through personally. This is not done through that render AI. I did this one through the Minimax. So
With the free
come to
website,
find,
just through the browser.
come to find out, I don't need to write nothing.
Yeah, I'm good at programming, man. But my first rule with anything in software is find out whether someone's done it first. Always number one rule. Has someone already done it? You don't want to find out after a week of bleeding fingers that someone's done it. It's really depressing.
Man, I was about to bleed all these fingers, bro. And what I've just done, the only thing is it has the watermark way back down in the corner, but I don't even care. The only reason I care is because it's giving it away to other people what I'm using. But who gives a damn? Let them go use it.
It's not like they don't know you're using AI.
Exactly. So, well, who cares? That's what I was thinking. They obviously can see I'm using it and that, so I can. It looks like a video game. So
shout out to Minimax. Thanks, Minimax.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They're some bad. They are cold. Wait till you see this. I'm about to post it here in a minute.
You might
I
have to
was
wait.
done with it.
I can see that, Dbloc.
Listen, I was done with the whole thing, but there's this one part on my verse where like there's like a little pop sound on one of my words, and I was gonna just say screw it, but I had to go back
My
all
favorite.
the way back.
My favorite film clip is Exodus by Noisia, man. It's sick. It's like an old manga, Akira, redone, but with all these like wicked lights and stuff. I'd love to do something like that. It's wicked, like all these electric beams and stuff, man. Oh, sick. But yeah, that's so cool, D-Block.
The theme of this video is like a jungle type warfare, and me and the other guys rapping are the characters in the movie, and we're fighting like these hooded, demonic looking these demonic hooded figures, and we're like at war with them, and there's like scenes where they're like burning alive, and scenes where we're like sniping at them, and just like some crazy scenes where like we're like looking at them with binoculars and like
My favorite
attacking.
thing.
Yeah,
That's my favorite thing, Deep in the Jungle.
Or like the other guy rapping is like looking at them from a high point on a mountain with binoculars. Then there's a scene where the second guy comes in rapping where he's at a strip club and he's wearing his army uniform, and then he's like sitting there, and then he gets a phone call, and then he gets in his truck and starts loading his pistol. Oh man, it came out good. And this female fan that's been really cool, she was messaging me. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put you in the video, and I gave her one scene, and I took her face and I made her into the dancer at the strip club. And it looks just like her. She's
dope,
gonna
man.
love it. I'm gonna do some of that for some of my super fans. I'll give them like clips, scenes, and some of the AI videos.
That's so cool, man.
This thing is great, man. I don't know why I thought. I don't know. I guess I didn't look into it deep enough, but really, you could just go on there, type your prompts out.
And you're cutting it with like Premiere or something?
Well, the thing is, I didn't. Dude, I'm doing everything on Minimax. Like I didn't.
Bitcoin is pumping.
Okay, good. I got a position. I'm
Cause
pumping.
I gotta remove that watermark for you, man.
You could take it off after I'm done.
Yeah, but you have to download the video and then re-upload it.
To what?
I'm just saying the only way for me to get rid of it is if you'd actually have to have a physical copy of or not physical, but you'd actually have to have the MP4.
Yeah, I have it.
And upscale it, put it in 4K.
Yeah.
Oh my God, really?
I told you that the other day, and I don't know, you guys just
Okay,
kind of.
it's in my that's in my instructions to.
No, I know. I know. I know you said that. I'm talking about the 4K.
Yeah, I could do both if you want, if you're interested.
Wow, it's already clear. Well, inbox me your email, and I'll send you. Right now, it's in a Windows Media Player file. Because what I did is I took all my Minimax clips. There was a whole bunch, and then I fed them into Windows Movie Maker and laid everything out the way I want it, and then added the music and added like fade-ins and all of that.
On Apple, Handbrake does that conversion for you. If anyone's on Apple, Handbrake's amazing.
I mean, the best way to give it to me is to put it on a share, like a OneDrive share or something, and give me a link, and then I can grab it.
Can you convert it from Windows Media Player file?
Yeah.
All right. Give me some time. I'm still finishing.
Yeah. Right.
I'm just gonna put
or Google Drive.
I'm not really
OneDrive or
tripping on the
Google Drive.
water.
Yeah, I don't care.
let you-
A cloud drive with a link. I wasn't trying to push OneDrive. I'm just saying any cloud link.
Yeah, those are.
All right.
That's what we always use.
All right, let me finish.
Dropbox that.
I will say this: it takes way longer. I've been working on this for 2 days straight now, and I'm just finishing. Where the other way I was done within an hour or two, or less.
That's all right. People in cinema usually spend about 6 months on a 20, like a 2-second scene, man.
Dude, my video took like 2 weeks.
Damn. And on AI, how?
Because it's
Did
highly
you write?
edited, man.
You wrote? Did you do? Did you do the? Damn, what was it called? What was it called? Fly. What I was trying to do? Cobra or
Python.
Python, yeah. You did that?
No, I'm just saying highly edited in Adobe Premiere. I mean, I have like 700 gigs of rendered AI output that, most of it is garbage. So you have to clean up the frames and pick what you want to tell your story.
You might want to come over to Minimax because this thing, I'm prompting one
on each frame.
Listen.
Frame by frame.
No,
I know.
once
I've
I
tried it, man. It's not capable of doing what I'm doing. It's not even close.
Okay.
Like if you're trying to do lip syncing with so you're focused on the character strictly, but it's horrible.
Oh,
It's
I'm not worried about
horrible. No, I mean
Yeah.
obviously you are because your music you want to lip sync, right?
No, I don't.
Well,
It's
I
just a
looked at your
movie,
last video.
and
Your last video showed that, so that's why I was referring to that.
I had no lip syncing in there. That was just the music is just playing to the images.
Accidental.
I have no intentions nor tried to do it. I never prompted it to do it. That one was not done. But this one you're going to see is more me putting it together. The other one was done through what was called Render AI, and it pretty much did everything.
Yeah. So I use a local model where I can control the resolution. I can control pretty much everything, and I don't pay for a service to do it.
Okay, well, this one I'm doing right now was free. So, when I'm prompting this thing, once I learned the commands and learned how to tell it to pan to the right, look from the top, circle around, all that type of actions, and then typing in what I wanted to do, and I figured that out, it was over.
No, I get you. I get what you're saying, man. But in like the creative space, everybody knows what everybody knows what, like, you can tell where it was made is what I'm trying to say.
That's fine. I don't care. They can tell. But what you said about having it lip singing the characters to the words of the song, I don't care about that. It's just like
You can bring up your audio timeline and your video timeline and sync every single beat, every single articulation, every single frame. You can.
Well,
You can
I don't care. That's fine, but I don't care about syncing the words of the song to the characters' mouth movements. It's like it's a movie.
No. So what I'm saying is my music is not. There's no lyrics. What I'm trying to say is syncing to beats, syncing to body movement, syncing to nature.
I do that all myself. What I do is after the Minimax renders all my prompts and typed out scenes and I get the faces of everybody loaded into it, and that does all that. Then I move it into the Movie Maker program, and then I cut and chop and sync all the scenes to the music how I want them to coordinate.
That's where the magic happens.
Oh, that I hand did. That took 2 days.
But like Hedera does lip syncing really well, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I'm not really that worried about that yet, but maybe later. I'll be back.
We got a young director in the making.
Yeah, he's all excited about it. That's good.
It is. I love it. New blood.
Watch out, Gary. He's coming. He'll bring you a ladder.
It's that inspiration that someone has just found something new brings into. It's great. It's where it all happens.
Yeah, this guy's been editing our video for what feels like 3 months, going on 4. Hoping it's as done soon. Great. I mean, there's no AI or anything, but no, it takes a while for sure. You're like,
Especially if you have complete total control. It's like a lot of the models kind of their creativity level is really high, so you kind of you render it and then you're like, okay, I like that, but that was different than what I had planned, and then you settle with it and you're like, it's good enough. Versus, I don't. I want complete control.
I want to go down to the
yeah.
pixel shader. Every pixel's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping whatever he does, like we like, and then we're not in that boat where we're like, we should re-edit this, you know. But I've been trying to give him control. I don't want a backseat edit and all that. I was just like, we trust you, do the thing. But we'll see how well that turns. I don't doubt it's going to be good. Hopefully. I mean, it's all kind of retro-fi kind of. We got a bunch of VHS cams, but we're just using, like he said, he's just going to use the filters, for usability. But I'm assuming he has something like that to edit it. But I know Ben has that. Would you just say the Adobe? Damn it, what's it called?
Premiere.
I don't know. Yeah, he's got the Adobe, that whole suite of stuff.
No,
So
no Final Cut Pro.
say what? Oh yeah, Final Cut. That's what he used last time we did a little video. But I haven't. I don't. My computer is not good enough. Well, the laptop. My other computer is. I haven't hooked it up in 3 years.
Yeah, 4K video destroys computers, but get a new one. Good.
um. Anybody longing this top up here?
And should have gone in 24 hours ago. Not now.
What? Just me? Okay.
No. Now's a good time to long.
Anyone logging the top here like a total alpha?
Long the top.
Short the bottom. Short it. Short it on the way down.
Short it.
Well, the other day, I don't know his name, but I'm assuming the Eastern European guy. He was. He usually says, "Let's go, boys." Dbloc was talking to someone. I can't remember who, but he just popped in like mid conversation. He was like, "Let's go, shorty boy."
Go, Batty boy.
Hey, shorty boy, it's time to go short.
Shorty boy.
I am going to short it.
Okay,
I'm going short.
long man.
I am going to long top. You will
Long
not.
live the short.
It's time to long top. I think.
You're breaking out, man. You're not long in the top.
I think I will short bottom. I long top. I short bottom. I never lose. Oh yeah. Oh dude,
Never,
you're right.
never
Why not?
lose. That guy's profile picture, a Giro. That's sick.
I was always long in Vato short.
I always long. I never short. Except I short my marriage. Just-
I like short.
I'm I'm
How
puts on mud.
do you short your marriage? Who opens the position?
Oh man, you just go out to you don't come back till Saturday morning.
No, that's
Okay,
how
yeah.
I long marriage.
Well, you could put in a hedge long, before the weekend, buy some wine, some candles, cantaloupe meal.
Girlfriends hedged.
She know have fun. She don't like candles.
You want to know how to wreck a relationship? You're in the right place.
Depends if those candles are on the charts or not.
They were off the charts.
I just trade and marriage goes short.
Financial decisions.
we are giving advice.
Rule
What not?
number one.
What not
Rule
to
number
do?
one: do not open TradingView on a date. Rule number two: do not enter a position while on a date. Well, a financial position. I think his breakdown was pretty fair. I hope nobody had their. I didn't. What was it? He said like probable instead of possible. What was the slip up that he made? He said about
No, I don't know. I don't know what he said. I'm just doing a bad Susie impression.
The economy is going fine for people that are rich.
Everything is good. Poor people are dying. We don't care. We're government.
Fine, it's fine. Tent City, it's fine. They're doing fine. Minimum wage, blah. Insignificant like homeless people. Insignificant. Every time someone says TP, some reason Beavis and Butthead come into my. I just visualize Beavis and. TP. TP from my bunghole. Water sucks. Fire, fire. Fuck it. You're not supposed to have your lung out. He said bottom. TP. TP2. I'm not going to the award. And the winner goes to the most degenerate trader. Liquidation's fine. It's fine.
We gotta move that Bitcoin dominance hammer. We gotta.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry. That's fine.
So I have to make an update. So I went and looked at WAN 2.1, which is my video generation tool, and they removed the ability to remove watermarks from a video due to being threatened by with a lawsuit. So now they only allow you to remove a watermark from an image, not from a processed video. That's a bummer. So I hope EMAD.
You got to do it frame by frame now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of work. But yeah, if you're really determined to do that, that's cool. But I messaged EMAD personally to tell him that I misspoke. I mean, the tool was working like a couple of weeks ago. I never used it, but I saw that it was there as an option. So I technically misspoke because it's outdated.
Do you know how ghetto it is to leave the watermark in there? That's gangster right there. It can all be done in the future.
Well, from what I understand, the WAN 2.1 was so damn good that there wasn't even like any trace or artifact of where it was there because it generated over the top of it instead of trying to remove it. It literally did an in paint.
Somebody else is probably like releasing it, or you could get the old version in the future. Like put another machine somewhere and install the old version.
Oh
I don't know
yeah, all the people who didn't update, they're golden, and they're probably freezing it right now and making a commit of it in GitHub.
Yeah, create a virtual machine and then upload it.
Because I went back to the repository and they even got rid of it in the commits. They got rid of it in the commits and then they flattened their previous commits. So you don't even see any like traces of it.
They roll back time.
Yep. But that doesn't change whoever didn't update. So if they didn't update on their local machine, they can always snapshot it and re-upload it to a different branch.
Yeah, they'd have them all on their machine, right? They just push it to another repo.
Yep. So I'm waiting on that, but I messaged EMAD personally and apologized to him because I don't like when someone tells me they can do something and then they renege on it. So I just wanted to be transparent.
That's IT, right? But you go to lunch, come back, and it's all updated. I think copyright's got the writing on the wall for it anyway. What, give it another 5 years and try copywriting anything. Good luck with that. The watermark, you just go put a bigger logo right on top of it. Put your brand name straight on top of that logo. Watermark.
I mean, that's definitely an option. It's a little harder because it can be distracting from for people who focus on stuff like that. But it definitely would work on some videos. But the cool thing is that all of the tools since like pre-COVID, or I would say pre-AI, all did this process where they would remove the watermark, they would detect the watermark, and then they would remove it, and they would do this like weird blurred fill. And most, like you could kind of still tell it's there. Now it literally generates each frame a generative fill over it, which is just there's no way anybody can there's nothing you could do except sue someone because technically you're not going to be able to countermeasure that.
Yeah, it's like the old rubber stamp tool in Photoshop. You can just go and like you just fill it all in, and the tools are crazy now. Having generative like interpolation like that and feels, oh man.
Yeah, because what it does is it looks at the entire image and then it statistically generates what it thinks the fill should be. It just doesn't look at the spot. It looks at the entire image and then fills it in.
Sounds like a human brain.
Amen, brother.
You technically don't see color in your peripheral, but like you see green leaves in the peripheral. It's just your brain just coloring it all in. It's wild.
Dominance just keeps popping up, up, up. It's broken above that hammer again. Not that I'm looking at that as a level, but just keeps popping up and up and up. It's crazy.
That's
What is
cool
going
because
on?
when a Bitcoin comes down, it's going to wreck the alts even more. Oh
But
yeah,
we don't like that.
I do. I'm not in position on alts.
Yeah, but if I was you, I wouldn't even buy alts below dominance being at 59%. So there's no, you know.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm very, very patient these days.
Yes, that's fair. I mean, I
Wait,
think alt sold their bottom, bro, like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, in my opinion. But yeah,
yeah, I understand.
but yeah.
That was 2 weeks ago. I'm still waiting for new carnage.
Do you know what it means when Dom goes up when you're at the top like this? We're getting ready for another push. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know, man. I'm just
I think
full of
dominance is
shit.
being weird because if you look at ETH made a huge move today. So I wouldn't even if dominance decides to, sorry, if Bitcoin decides to go down now, I don't think alts are going to get hit as hard as you think they might. But yeah, that's my opinion again.
I mean, Dom is. I mean, I know people argue that you can't chart the Dom, but it is getting ready to hit resistance a little bit there.
No, you can chart dominance. In my opinion, you can a bit.
I believe that, but I'm just saying, sometimes people in the chat go berserk when you tell them you can chart Dom.
It depends how many people are charting it. He's like, you can't chart the Dom, I kill you. When someone says you can't do something, that's time to do it more.
I mean, you can just draw a down trend line that it's been following for a while now, right? If you just look at it, I mean, it's about to hit that trend line right now.
Let's get cup and handle on the Dom.
I mean, obviously trend lines work until they don't, but like it's been following it so far.
So it's like 9:40. Oh no, Sydney is 10:15. Markets are well not truly open here. 10:15 in the morning. I think all these tariffs will kick in. It was the 2nd of April. So there's probably a bit of a chance for stock markets to get a bit volatile around then. Yo.
Look at that move, though. Sorry, I'm just now getting around to looking at the charts. Looked at my account. I'm like, okay.
It's been good for everyone. Pretty solid move up.
It's funny. Like I remember Dbloc was talking about that W. You know that we were all watching that one day, and he's all like, I kind of don't like this W.
He'll say that when he's really excited, though. He's like, I don't like this.
Yeah, that was one that coiled up so strong. Like I guess I don't know. I have like a theory that when things coil up like that, like they usually get a parabolic or whatever.
They always do. When there's a coil, if it breaks, it's usually pretty strong. That's for sure.
Are we looking for like pullbacks?
I think some people have their take profit too around 90K at the moment, but the targets are much lower.
I'm only short.
Shorted.
Yeah, I'd like to see if I can get a nice small little short in there eventually. But if he's gonna keep running, I'll stick around, see what's going on with you guys.
You missed Beavis and Butthead, TA.
Was it, or was this? Is it? Could I like rewind and see it? Oh, so but what is it? Was it from the chat, or was someone coming in into voice chat and do some Beavis and Butthead TA?
No, it was just us two being dorks.
Oh, okay.
It all started with people doing TP.
Oh man, I think I missed it because I walked the dogs for a few minutes and I came back and then I heard that. I was like, what?
We had to wait for all the intelligent people to leave until we could do that. It's kind of like when you sit at the back of the class and you find a new best friend. I loved high school, man. It was the best days of my life. We just have primary school and high school. That's all we got. We don't have to. We don't have those middle schools and senior. That yeah, yeah. Mostly now it's like 12. I think they change it around depending on the states. 12-year-old kids. Yeah. Yeah, the last just before you finish the last year, so like grade 11, 10, 11, those were wild. Actually, 9, 10, 11, those were wild. Way back.
It's interesting because I got a boy who's freshman in high school and it's so weird some of his stories and it just brings back so many memories of watching him go through. But there's something he said today. He came back kind of. I go, how was your day? And he's like, I'll be right back, Dad. I gotta go take a leak. And I'm like, don't you go to the bathroom at school? And he's like, no, you do not want to go into the bathrooms at school. And then he explained why. I guess it's like really bad. Like they're just doing shady shit in there. So he avoids taking a leak all day.
Yeah, I was funny enough. I thought about this a while ago. I was like thinking about school and stuff, and I'm like, I cannot remember where the bathrooms were. I have no idea. I don't think we went to. I don't think you did. You're so busy, like you had no time. You're going to run out at lunch. I did it in the classroom, back of the class. Yeah. So bad. Do it, do it.
It's not because he's busy, because obviously he is, but just the reasons why he told me. It's just that they're all vaping and lighting up in there and stuff like that. And obviously you can't put security in the bathroom. Geez, man, that's just, there's my tax dollars going to it and kicking in. Yay.
This sounds like Karate Kid, when he's gone in there and told the teacher about the kid smoking.
Yo, I'm just popping in late. Did Dbloc ever? Does anybody know if he got his computer fixed or had them look at it? I'm just curious to see what happened with it. Yeah, he was doing some tests earlier, and I was on when all the XRP stuff was going crazy, and then I got tied up in meetings, so that's how that goes.
Hey, Nick, thanks for the feedback on my channel. I appreciate it, man. I'm still trying to digest it.
Yeah, I did that in a Google Doc, just more for notes. But if you want to BS later or something like that, just I can kind of give you where my brain was going on that, just to because a lot of that was just bullet points for me to remember. You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate the time and effort. I mean, I don't really, I got a lot going on at work, and I don't want to really focus on, but each item I read slowly, but I have more questions, and maybe a little bit of rebuttal, but mostly I agree with you. It's just I can't grasp it right now, but I do appreciate the effort.
No, I hear you, man. That's how it's hard for me to I just got to pick. I just had some time last night, and I was like, I just got to pick. I'm like, spring and summer is like, and we're building a house and everything else. It's busy season from like family, work. So I think I understand where you're coming from.
No, yeah, dude, and especially like you sound like you got some pretty rough winters there too, and this is definitely the time to get out, get some sun, and start getting things done. So I get it.
Yeah, we waited all winter for, building permits and all this stuff, and now like the weather finally broke in the last week. We still have some cold nights and stuff. Like it's gonna be like 25, another night, but like today was 70 or 71 degrees, which was nice, a little windy. So it's just like, the spring fever of getting a couple things in motion. And I haven't even time for my YouTube, and that's on my list too. That has to take the back burner sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yep, but I am surprised you don't got a GoPro on you while you're doing all that.
I considered, like, with all the stuff I do. Well, I mean, at the property, I'm gonna be doing a ton of videos. But like what I do every day is like crazy. I almost thought about just hiring another video person to just follow me around and make videos with a camera all day, because I literally do so many different things and work.
The 786 up here between about. Do you wear sunglasses when you're working a lot?
So, again, are you gonna Lambo?
Sometimes.
That'd be nice.
You should look into getting those the camera glasses, the sunnies with the little cameras, and get some cool point of views that way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got tons of getting the footage is one piece, but it's more or less the time and energy to create the videos and put them together and do all that kind of stuff when I'm busy on like high-end projects. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like I will make YouTube bigger, but I can only invest so much of my time right now. Like I have the tools, but it almost would be like another person that could just like follow me around and make that happen and upload it for me. You know what I mean? Like just to, because I'm already doing other things. But yeah, it's a constant battle between, you know, making progress in all your little all the moving pieces. But we'll get there.
Yeah.
The building will help. The building will help with content once that's up. So like, you know, we can work on that this month and have at least the shell and be dried in by, say, the end of April. That would be excellent. That'd be a good starting point.
Dude, it took me 2 years to build my shop. I can't even imagine getting it done in a month.
Yeah, a lot of planning went into it. So we had, you know, we were originally going to put it up in fall, and then that got set back with winter. So, you know, a lot of the legwork is done. We were just waiting for this final building permit, which hopefully I have on Friday. And then, you know, we're already making moves, but I got a house build and a 60 by 120 garage. So there's just a lot of moving pieces. And then it's also life stuff too. You know what I mean? We got life stuff going on and work stuff and projects. I was in meetings all day today. It's like, I would love to be out the property making some videos and doing stuff, but it's dark. Well, it's going to be dark now. And what? I left at 7:30 this morning and I'm home 7:30 tonight. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you got to make time for the crypto, which I popped in at least 2:00. We were kind of kicking the can in a conference room, and 2:00 for this one project came around, and I was like, well, I at least want to see if they keep the rates the same. And I saw the up and downs on the charts, and I was like, wasn't too bad. So I just figured knock out the rest of the day. Sometimes you get tied up in the charts too much. If you're not doing a lot of trading, you get tied up staring at something. It's like really, like they're not really, it's like sideways action. And it gets, to me, I can't sit there and watch it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a developer, so I'm stuck at the PC, but I hear you. Like when I get off, I do not want to get back on the PC to stare at shit.
That's what the whole YouTube channel, aside from, you know, I love being on the PC, like work on YouTube, work on video, whatever. I don't mind that as much, but like we do a lot of web stuff, web dev, and you know, marketing and stuff like that. And I have to do something like when you said about splitting firewood or something, like I enjoy that, and it gets me thinking for like business. You know what I mean? So it's like I got to do something totally opposite, like go work in the yard or on a machine or cutting down a tree with a chainsaw, or I got to do something that's off the computer for at least a little bit of time, especially between work and crypto and being a technical guy. Yeah, you get that.
Yep. Being a jack of all trades has got its disadvantages sometimes.
Yeah, it's like the old mechanic story. Like you know, it's like most mechanics don't want to come home and work on their own car, especially if it's like to keep it on the road or something. You know what I mean? Like you might want to work on your, you know, building a higher horsepower, or some kind of a customization. That's fun stuff. But like, you know, if you're a mechanic all day and that's what you do all day, it's like you don't also want to come home sometimes and work on cars. You know what I mean? Some probably do, I guess.
It's the
I mean,
hardest thing, being a gigolo.
I mean, it for me, man. I have some people do things for me, and I'm never satisfied with contractors' performance or their finished product. And I'm just sitting there going, I could have done that, if not better, for nothing except materials. So for me, it's hard to let people work on my house and do stuff when I know I have the patience and skill, maybe not to do it as quick, but definitely get to the end product the same. Everybody and their mom calls themselves a contractor. They get bonded and licensed, and I'm good. And it's just like I'm so tired of being disappointed by having people come and work on my property and work on my house. So I just do it myself.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, yeah, you're right though. I mean, we're in that era of fire up an LLC in 2 weeks, throw some lettering on your vehicle, and now you're a jack of all trades contractor. Which, if you're doing it right and you're doing good work, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a lot of them that just fire that company up and get licensed and just to try to beat up the contractors that are maybe more expensive, but they're actually doing it right too. You get all that kind of stuff, but I get you. I mean, it's the old it's just like time. A lot of times you either have more money and no time, or a lot of time and no money, and
yes,
a fine balance between that. And that's something that's ever changing. Like I enjoy cutting my grass. I should not cut my grass because my time is way more valuable in other places. But
Exactly. You probably put a cost or a price on how much you are worth per hour. At least most productive people do. And mowing the lawn is definitely not worth your effort or skill when you could be making money in other means, right?
Yeah, and it's hard if you like doing something. Like it's hard the way you say it's like it's hard if you like doing it too. Like I like cutting my grass because I'll think about work or business or another project or do whatever. Like it is cool, but like I got a 3-year-old that loves to cut the grass and loves tractors. So like I'm committed to doing it, but it's by far the worst use of my time to even stress or even have it on my radar, really. And it's like, I should just have somebody do that for me. But it's also, you look at it, it's a transition process of letting go of things, you know what I mean? And letting and then getting somebody like you said that's like gonna maybe sweep the sidewalk off and make it look nice, versus just the wham and bam and see you later in 10 minutes, but
I mean, I wanted my dream medieval shower. I wanted my downstairs bathroom to look like a medieval bathroom themed or whatever. And I got quote when they came and did everything, and then we found the right tile, and I even gave them some CAD drawings of what I wanted. They're like, yeah. So they waited about a week, and they finally gave me a quote, and it was like 27 grand, and I'm like, okay. Then I just went right to YouTube and started learning how to tile, learning how to do everything from demolishing the old, shower and pulling it out. And dude, it was stressful, and I made a few mistakes that you can't see, but like, dude, I just that number, that quote drove me so nuts, and I'm just like, F you.
Oh yeah, there's sometimes that's you're exactly right. I mean, sometimes even if you put a price on your time, if you're learning something too, you acquire tools and stuff that you're going to have to do more jobs and more projects. So over time, it's worthwhile. I did the same with my kitchen and my bathroom, man, because like contractors, like I did it for probably a better. I spent more money in the materials to get better materials, and then less in the labor, and ended up with a better build. But
Exactly.
yeah.
And you got your dream that you wanted, and you didn't use your kids' college money to pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, I did that. We did that last year, man. We did a roof, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and all new doors in the house, all in 30 days. And my wife was like, "You are crazy," because I said, "Hey, why don't we just do it all at once?" And she was like, instead of just like having, because I wanted to like hang out with my kid in the summer and spend time. And I said, if we just do one project, then go into the next one, then go into the next one, it's like never ending. I said, if we just do it all, rip the whole house apart in 1 month, it'll be a crazy shit show, for lack of better terms, for a month, where it's like, we may have to use the RV bathroom versus the house bathroom for a couple days while I rip the, like while we, whatever. And it's like we might have to. It's kind of like the slingshot. You struggle for a little bit and then you launch yourself forward. And it was so worth it because last summer we were able to be out the property. and everything else, and I didn't have all this stuff here hanging over my head. So I get it, man. I mean, it's like this is like real life stuff, man. But aside from that, your music is good, man. That you're making, and I have a concept in my head that you might be able to help with at some point. We could trade off some advice or whatever, but you know, I was thinking about a theme track for like some of my videos, and you know,
Yeah, man, I'm all up for that.
I'm into music as well, so like I'm like, you know, it'd be something we could at least kick the can on, you know.
Yep. No, dude, you sound motivated. It's very hard to find people that are the generation of playing video games and goofing off and not doing anything with their life. It's nice to find somebody else who's just motivated 24/7.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse, really.
It
you
is,
know?
dude. Especially like I
Like you
have.
say, when you're on a computer, if you get into something, I got to get into it and go, and it's like I don't know when to shut it off. That's my.
Yep,
You know
dude.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
I get in over my head, and then it stresses me out because I'm not getting things done at the rate that I want them or at the quality that I want them. And you're probably the biggest critic of yourself, and it's just like, oh man. But it's all positive, like, right? It's all productive and positive. So you kind of create these problems yourself. But I'd rather have it that way than watching my friends who are all intelligent people and they're really good at their jobs and they probably even make more money than me. But the minute they get home, man, they get on that VR and waste their life.
Yeah. There's a lot of people, or it's at the lack of they're just at the bar the whole time or something. Like I still got friends that they complain that life's against them and they don't have any opportunity, and it's like 10 years later I can go pick up food at a restaurant type of thing, and they're still sitting there drinking at the bar that they were there 10 years ago doing the same thing. And I'm like, it ain't the world against you. You got to get out of the bar and get something. That's just one example, but you just gotta push forward. So I always try to give that advice to people. Is like anything you're doing, and I also get advice. I mean, I love being around people that are wanting to do better, right? And help
Yep.
others do better too.
Yep. I mean, I'm the go-to man for my entire family. They're always, that's the curse, I think. It's like, oh God. Everybody wants me to make them something or whatever, and it's just like saying no is so rough because it makes you feel like you have no empathy.
It's that time thing, man. It's all where you want to put your time. I'm a firm believer in whatever you put your time into and 110% into will blossom. Like
Yeah.
Dbloc even says about crypto. Like you put your 10,000 hours in, and you learn and you live and eat and breathe it for a while, you're going to probably become a better trader. You're probably going to become more knowledgeable and be able to give knowledge and advice and things like that. Where if you expect to come into it, you might get lucky on one or two trades or whatever. Or maybe you invested in something and it just skyrocketed the week after or something, and you get lucky. But I think with most things, it's time. So I mean, I enjoy the crypto space is like pretty cool because it's something I can be involved in, but listen to in the background. Like it's very cool to be able to just jump in here and I might be working on something totally unrelated, but I can hear the conversation going on or jump in when I need to, or if I think of something. It's cool stuff, but it's another thing that consumes time. And I know one summer, I don't know if it was 2021 or 17 or whatever. I know 2022 and 2023 was like the whole summer. I barely, unless I was buying something or just seeing, I didn't, I just figured build the bag and wait and see what happens and next cycle. And then you get back into it in this cycle and see what happens here. And, maybe we won't have the cycles like we historically did with more ETFs and more ways to get people involved. But, maybe
I mean,
not.
I believe that. Hey, Nick, I
Yeah.
believe that, but I get a lot of shit for it. So I've just shut my mouth about it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know.
With that time things like cooking dinner, you could eat out, but sometimes taking downtime with the family and appreciating like what you're making and not the dollar value is so beneficial as well. Like sometimes.
Oh no, that's another angle at it too. Like absolutely. Like I mean, I almost lost my family 3 years ago. So
Yeah.
anytime I can prioritize doing that, like it isn't all about the hey, I got to make money today or do I got to pay for my team and
quality time. Yeah, quality.
Yeah,
Doing the
but I mean,
lawn.
like
Yeah.
the reason I work so hard is to be able to kick back, and if I want to cut the grass for 2 hours with my kid and drive
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tractor up and down the street, like you got to be able to do that stuff too, or else why are we doing it, right?
Dude. No, it's very therapeutic to cook dinner with the family sometimes with your kids, and that it's a huge thing for them as well. It's more important than anything else sometimes. But I
Dude,
get it.
my kids, well, at least my son, he's a maker now. That's all he wants to do is in the shop making stuff. None of it has monetary value, but the fact that he's not on the computer playing video games is
Oh yeah, I agree. I totally 100%. Like I'm a tech person, but people that waste all their time on a box just endlessly doing nothing, it just seems such a waste.
And don't get me wrong, dude. I love playing video games with him.
Yeah.
Like, there's times for it. Like, we'll both get on and play Battlefield together and shit. So I'm not shit posting on video games. I'm just saying that's like for the people that's all they do, right?
Yeah.
That I have friends that's all they do on their free time.
Addicted to WoW, like it's just all they live and breathe. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'll jump on every once in a while and play some Fortnite, just like I'll load it up like before I go to bed, play a map or two and like throw it away. And then like it's funny because I have a lot of friends on there. And last year they were like, dude, you haven't played in like 2 years. And I'm like, dude, I've been out at the property working on stuff. Like it's not my, when it's winter and there's 3 feet of snow and I'm like cooped up or whatever, I'll get on and play here and there. And then it's like, I'm on to the next thing, man. And that's only if I got, spare time or, it's pouring down rain out and there's not much you can do. And, kid takes a nap, whatever. But yeah, life's a balance. You're constantly juggling all these things, time, money, family time, all these different things. And I really want people to I really want this crypto, like the people that are here. Like, I just want people to, whether it's crypto or whatever else is like, I do feel like there's a crossover time where like you get to a point where you can make enough where you can change, not necessarily just change the path, but make your path easier in a way, or maybe it's extra resources. Maybe you can hire another person to cover this for you where you can get more family time. But I feel like on big like CEOs or whatever, like you're really buying your time back. If that makes any sense. Like
you got to know when that the job can be outsourced, and generally if you can do it yourself, then you know how to control it and you get someone else to do it and you manage it. It's those jobs you're not sure about that it's a really worry having someone doing it for you.
Exactly. And then you pay somebody to do it, and you now bought yourself time back to
there for quite a while. Every time I see something I can do, I'd get someone else to do it. If I didn't know, I'd get someone else to do it and I'd jump in with them. That's like you can't constantly control everything, but you do need to keep an eye on everything and have time to jump in when people are messing it up. It's but like it's really bad in web development. Like as a professional web developer, you have these contractors coming in and then everyone wants to be a web developer. It's like, oh, I learned HTML, now I'm a web developer. Oh, they're just the worst.
Yeah,
like,
we do. Do you do a lot of like what do you develop in, or are you doing like
I was a Java engineer for 20 years, so back end.
Nice.
I've done everything, but I'm retired now, so
well, hey, you're a good resource to. We do a lot of web dev. I don't know. We manage probably like 1,100 websites or whatever. But it's always good to meet people that are into that. But yeah, you're exactly. It's funny how you describe that, and you're like spot on. And everybody, it's on just like he said. Everybody's a contractor. They get a license and they're a contractor. And it's like everybody with a digital camera is a creator.
Exactly, because they did one wedding for their family. They think they're a freaking professional photographer.
The worst.
I'm a subcontractor.
There's nothing wrong with that.
If you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing.
Yeah,
but
exactly. You just got to know what you're. I think that was more your of his message on the contractor stuff is like, if you do good work and you take pride in what you do, I guess, or
you got to trust your people. Yeah, absolutely. But it's just when it becomes fashionable, when everyone wants to be a DJ, everyone wants to be a web developer, everyone wants to make an iPhone app, and they're actually not skilled in it. That's the problem.
You're right about that. Most people, to get paid installing Windows, install it in the wrong way. But yeah,
XRP, brother.
Yeah, you know it. You know
Dude,
it.
Was that a fun thing today or what? Like the case is dropped, but it's kind of not dropped. But now they got to decide what they're going to do with this $125 million fine.
Oh, we paid for that today and then some, and made some money in our pocket. So it's done data.
Oh yeah, the full video of Brad said that like he's like, well, it's kind of in our court now of like, because we still have a cross appeal or whatever, and now we're the, it's different to be on this side versus the offensive side versus defensive. Said we could let it go, we could fight a couple of these things, and he's like, would like to get our 125 million back, but we'll see how that goes. So I'm interested how the last little bit plays out. But he said as far as the overall, it's pretty much buttoned up. So we'll see how many ETFs get approved and everything else in the next probably month or so. Or I heard something about a crypto announcement from Trump or something, or is that just hype on X of people? I didn't follow along today to see if it was like stuff to believe or not, but he was going to be making more announcements on crypto stuff.
Well, there was a skit. I think he was on Saturday Night Live before he became the president the first time, and he was wearing that Bitcoin yellow suit that he needs to put back on. And dye his hair more orange.
All right. Seems like the market bounced up today pretty decent too.
Yeah, but no rate cuts. I know y'all know that. But yeah, just it'd have been nice if they'd have cut it, but they still forecasted it. They're going to, so I guess that's why the market took it easy.
Yeah, and they said that there's a little bit of inflation, but we don't know where it's coming from, and it's hard to see if it's from the tariffs or if it's from this or from that. So it'll probably be another. They're going to give it another month to see how this all plays out, I'm sure.
Couldn't be those tariffs. Nothing to do with them. Can't see it.
Yeah, he said no, it dated back to like January, and I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not following it. I'm not following like that die hard to worry about it. I mean, if I worried about every little thing that was mentioned in crypto or that could hurt.
The comment. I just like the comment. We can't see where it's coming from. No idea.
Yeah, no, yeah. Can't tell if it's this or this, but we're gonna get our people on it to figure it out. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they're gonna they're gonna do the road. They gotta get rid of some of them whales. I think we're going to the upside, right? Long term. But those people that got into this early, they got to get rid of them. You know what I mean? They're trying to get them out.
You think they're gonna get smart money out though? Like there's people smarter than us that have more money than us that like we might look at, a $500 million investment is a lot of money into somebody that's maybe it's billions of dollars too. But I'm just saying that like where we look at it and you'll see a tweet on X, it's like, oh, 500 million went into this, or they put 10 million in this. It's like if you're a billionaire, that's like me throwing a few grand into crypto, right? Like, so are you really going to scare some of those people out? I think you probably scare out the new people or retail investors more than the big money, because I don't think the big money's afraid to